Welcome to the live show, live show, live show. Welcome to the live show, live show, live show. Welcome to the live show, live show. Welcome to the live show. Welcome to the live show. Welcome to the live show, live show. Welcome to the live show, live show. Yo, we going in, Brody. Welcome to the live show, live show. Welcome to the live show. Goddamn boy toxic. I sound like our kid, man. Y'all go wow. Welcome to the live show, live show. All right, tonight we're finna make it to 5,000 subscribers. You know what time it is? We're going in, man. The goal, as a matter of fact, if possible, is to make 100K this year. If possible. I mean, I don't know, but let's just see how the game goes. Shout out to the gang, Zima. Shout out to OG, Nia Book Truck. Shout out to everybody pulling in. So tonight we are going to be talking about, is Trump the ultimate warrior? Is Trump the ultimate warrior? Welcome to the live show, live show, live show. Welcome to the live show, live show. Welcome to the live show, live show, live show. Okay, so we are going to be analyzing, reacting to Trump's debate with Hillary, and we're going to see who Trump used to be, how he used to converse or debate compared to now. And we're also gonna watch. What we're gonna say? What was I about to say? Dang. We're also gonna watch Trump and Biden's first debate. Tonight we're gonna be on for like 5 hours. I ain't gonna cap, man. I ain't gonna cap. But yes, we're gonna watch Hillary. We're gonna watch Trump. No. Hillary. We're gonna watch Joe Biden, and we're gonna see the difference. Why did Trump, lose the election in 2020? You feel me? So we're gonna see why he won in 2016. What was he saying differently, and what was he doing? And is he the ultimate warrior? Is he the ultimate warrior? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hey, so Zima is about to be 9 a.m. when we're done, man. If we get to 5,000 subscribers before then I'm just gonna let it slide. But if we don't, the goal tonight is to get to 5,000 subscribers. Right now we are already on 4,522 subscribers. So we need 488 subscribers. Okay, 488 subscribers is what we need tonight. 488 subscribers. I feel like we could do it. Anyway, let's get it. Go.
Thank you very much for being here. We're going to begin with a question from one of the members in our town.
So this is in the 2020 C bill. This is in the 2020 election. This is the 2016 debate. We're just trying to see, is Trump actually the ultimate warrior? Is he the ultimate warrior? Let's see how his journey has been since 2016.
Town hall. Each of you will have 2 minutes to respond to this question. Secretary Clinton, you won the coin toss, so you'll go first. Our first question comes from Patrice Brock. Patrice?
Thank you and good evening. The last presidential debate could have been rated as MA, mature audiences, per TV parental guidelines. Knowing that educators assign viewing the presidential debates as students' homework, do you feel you're modeling appropriate and positive behavior for today's youth?
Well, thank you. Are you a teacher?
And also, if you think about that, is to me, it's like, what kind of questions are these questions? Really, it's like we're talking about the country. You're talking about do you model? I mean, that's a valid question, but we're talking about things that actually affects people. I mean, to me, that's not the type of question I would be asking if I'm right there.
Yes, I think that that's a very good question, because I've heard from lots of teachers and parents about some of their concerns about some of the things that are being said and done in this campaign. And I think it is very important for us to make clear.
Yo, look, yo, do you look at Trump behind Trump right there, looking like, yeah, I'm about to cook. Y'all wait for me to cook. I'm cooking tonight. Y'all look at Trump. Look at Trump behind. Look, man.
Clear to our children that our country really is great because we're good. And we are going to respect one another, lift each other up. We are going to be looking for ways to celebrate our diversity. And we are going to try to reach out to every boy and girl, as well as every adult, to bring them in to working on behalf of our country. I have a very positive and optimistic view about what we can do together. That's why the slogan of my campaign.
I'm not gonna cap. This woman, Hillary, was actually fluent. I'm just gonna say the fact. I feel like Hillary is much more articulate than the current presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. In my opinion, I may be wrong. I don't know. But I mean, listen to her. She is like sharp, smart.
Pain is stronger together.
Now, I'm not, that doesn't, if you're sharp and smart, that doesn't mean you're a good person. I'm not saying, I don't know her, but, just based off just listening to this, you can tell that she is absolutely on point. She's ready, present, ready to go.
Because I think if we work together, if we overcome the divisiveness that sometimes sets Americans against one another, and
Monkey just talking about inflation 2.9%. Where is that the mortgage rate? Is that mortgage rate, or is that just inflation as a whole?
Instead,
anyway, tonight we're talking about is Trump the ultimate warrior? So we want to follow his journey from 2016, and we're gonna go to 2020 and then 2024.
We make some big goals, and I've set forth some big goals: getting the economy to work for everyone, not just those at the top, making sure that we have the best education system from preschool through college and making it affordable, and so much else. If we set those goals and we go together to try to achieve them, there's nothing, in my opinion, that America can't do. So that's why I hope that we will come together in this campaign. Obviously, I'm hoping to earn your vote. I'm hoping to be elected in November. And I can promise you, I will work with every American. I want to be the president for all Americans, regardless of your political beliefs, where you come from, what you look like, your religion. I want us to heal our country and bring it together, because that's, I think, the best way for us to get the future that our children and our grandchildren deserve.
Secretary Clinton, thank you. Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I actually agree with that. I agree with everything she said. I began this campaign because,
I would say in 2016, he was so calm, cool, collected. The first thing he said is, I agree with everything she said. OG, let's go.
I was so tired of seeing such foolish things happen to our country. This is a great country. This is a great land. I've gotten to know the people of the country over the last year and a half that I've been doing this as a politician. I cannot believe I'm saying that about myself, but I guess I have been a politician. And my whole concept was to make America great again. When I watch the deals being made, when I watch what's happening with some horrible things like Obamacare, where your health insurance and health care is going up by numbers that are astronomical, 68%, 59%, 71%. When I look at the Iran deal and how...
Would you say, what happened? What happened to Trump? Now he going wild. Like, did Washington D.C. change Trump? Did Washington D.C. change Trump? Because here he was a little calm, cool, collected, talking a little lower. He wasn't screaming. The politician change Trump? Did being a politician change Trump? The White House, Washington D.C., the people around him, did they change Trump?
How bad a deal it is for us. It's a one-sided transaction where we're giving back $150 billion to a terrorist state, really the number one terrorist state. We've made them a strong country from really a very weak country just 3 years ago. When I look at all of the things that I see and all of the potential that our country has, we have such tremendous potential, whether it's in business and trade, where we're doing so badly. Last year, we had an almost $800 billion trade deficit. In other words, trading with other countries, we had an $800 billion deficit. It's hard to believe, inconceivable. You say, who's making these deals? We're going to make great trade deals. We're going to have a strong border. We're going to bring back law and order. Just today, policeman was shot, 2 killed, and this is happening on a weekly basis. We have to bring back respect to law enforcement. At the same time, we have to take care of people on all sides. We need justice. But I want to do things that haven't been done, including fixing and making our inner cities better for the African-American citizens that are so great, and for the Latinos, Hispanics. And I look forward to doing it. It's called Make America Great Again.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
Oh,
you know what nobody talks about when it...
Oh my God. That was smooth, though. That was smooth. I ain't gonna cap. That was smooth. That was absolutely smooth. No screaming, no yelling.
Both
Cool,
modeling
calm,
positive and
collected.
appropriate behavior.
And now, if you think about it, y'all saying get premium. I mean, I would love to get premium.
Behaviors for today's youth.
Y'all say get premium. Let me put my cash app up here. So if you want to get me premium, I would say thank you, thank you, thank you. But the inflation too high. I cannot afford premium. Anyway.
We received a lot of questions online, Mr. Trump, about the tape that was released on Friday. As you can imagine, you called what you said locker room banter. You described kissing women without consent, grabbing their genitals. That is sexual assault. You bragged that you have sexually assaulted women. Do you understand that?
No, I didn't say that at all. I don't think you understood what was said. This was locker room talk. I'm not proud of it. I apologize to my family. I apologize to the American people. Certainly, I'm not proud of it. But this is locker room talk. When we have a world where you have ISIS chopping off heads, where you have, and frankly, drowning people in steel cages, where you have.
If you look, Joshua says less than $10 a month. Don't beg for money. I'm actually begging you, Joshua Taylor. Can you please pay for 2 months? That will be $20. And I promise you right now, I will pay for premium right now. Thank you, Joshua Taylor. I'm actually begging you, Joshua Taylor. Okay, back to Trump. Check it out. So, Trump has been always on, he's been on this ride for years, talking about sexual assault and all of this stuff. Like, they've been, how did he even win this election in 2016 if they were talking about him assaulting women back in 2016? How did he actually win? How did he? And since then, Monkey Jew said it was stormy. So since yo, Ed Taglia said, if I donate 20, can I call in and roast the lefties in chat? Yes, you can. Absolutely.
Wars and horrible, horrible sights all over where you have so many bad things happening. This is like medieval times. We haven't seen anything like this, the carnage all over the world. And they look and they see. Can you imagine the people that are frankly doing so well against us with ISIS? And they look at our country and they see what's going on. Yes.
Do you like just watching this, I will tell you, I feel like I feel like Trump and Hillary are like friends, because the way they were talking to each other, you could tell that they don't have bad blood against each other. They're just calling themselves names now because it's like, we got to be, one person has to win this price. But you know what I mean? Like, what do you think it actually was? Do you think they were friends, or do you think they weren't friends, or were just acting as if, to me, I would say they look like they're friends, because obviously Hillary is rich, Trump is wealthy. They're in the same rich people club.
I'm very embarrassed by it. I hate it, but it's locker room talk, and it's one of those things. I will knock the hell out of ISIS. We're going to defeat ISIS. ISIS happened a number of years ago.
I just saw a Cash App now. Let me go check who sent me a Cash App right now. Man, my man near book truck, man. Yo, Joshua Taylor, you need a goddamn time out. Because look, Nia Book Truck just sent me $20 and he says for premium. Okay. He says for premium. Okay. Joshua says he was, this is the thing about people, right? The thing about people is they want to talk big mouth, big mouth, big mouth, big mouth, big mouth. Also, how do we even subscribe for premium? Let's go do premium right now. How do we subscribe for premium? Okay, let's keep watching this, and I'm going to go on my other computer right here and see if I can subscribe to premium on this one so we could so we don't stop this right here. Okay. All right, let's go. Shout out to Nia Book Truck. God bless you, my brother. Well, Joshua Taylor, it's obvious the inflation ain't giving you much to send to friends and family.
In a vacuum that was left because of bad judgment. And I will tell you, I will take care of ISIS.
So, Mr. Trump,
we should get on to much more important things and much bigger things.
Just for the record, though, are you saying that what you said on that bus 11 years ago, that you did not actually kiss women without consent or grope women without consent?
I have great respect for women. Nobody has more respect for women than I do.
So for the record, you're saying you never did that?
Things that, frankly, you hear these things are said, and I was embarrassed by it, but I have tremendous respect for women.
Have you ever done those things?
Have respect for me. And I will tell you, no, I have not. And I will tell you that I'm going to make our country safe. We're going to have borders in our country, which we don't have now. People are pouring into our country, and they're coming in from the Middle East and other places. We're going to make America safe again. We're going to make America great again, but we're going to make America safe again. And we're going to make America wealthy again, because if
Wait. So you mean to tell me during Obama's time was the border like this? Because you guys, is it true? Was the border like this during Obama's time? Because he was still talking about the border in 2016.
If you don't do that, it sounds harsh to say, but we have to build up the wealth of our nation. Right now, other nations are taking our jobs and they're taking our wealth.
Thank you, Mr.
And that's what I want to talk about.
Secretary Clinton, do you want to respond?
Well, like everyone else, I've spent a lot of time thinking over the last 48 hours about what we heard and saw. With prior Republican nominees for president, I disagreed with them on politics, policies, principles, but I never questioned their fitness to serve. Donald Trump is different. I said starting back in June that he was not fit to be president and commander-in-chief. And many Republicans and independents have said the same thing. What we all saw and heard on Friday was Donald talking about women, what he thinks about women, what he does to women. Mm-hmm. And he has said that the video doesn't represent who he is, but I think it's clear to anyone who heard it that it represents exactly who he is, because we've seen this throughout the campaign. We have seen him insult women. We've seen him rate women on their appearance, ranking them from 1 to 10. We've seen him embarrass women on TV and on Twitter. We saw him after the first debate spend nearly a week denigrating a former Miss Universe in the harshest, most personal terms. So, yes, this is who Donald Trump is. But it's not only women, and it's not only this video that raises questions about his fitness to be our president, because he has also targeted immigrants, African Americans, Latinos, people with disabilities, POWs, Muslims, and so many others. So this is who Donald Trump is. And the question for us, the question our country must answer, is that this is not who we are. That's why, to go back to your question, I want to...
I'm not going to cap. Y'all watching right now, I am not going to cap. This woman is way more sharp, articulate than the current Democratic nominee. I ain't going to cap. This woman is sharp, honey.
Send a message, we all should, to every boy and girl.
Nia Book Truck, check it out. Nia Book Truck, check it out. Nia Book Truck, check it out. I got it premium. You know what time it is. Shout out to Nia Book Truck one more time.
And indeed to the entire world, that America already is great, but we are great because we are good. And we will respect one another, and we will work with one another, and we will celebrate our diversity. These are very important values to me, because this is the America that I know and love. And I can pledge to you tonight that this is the America that I will serve if I'm so fortunate enough to become your president.
And we want to get to some questions
Well, am I
from
allowed to
online.
respond to that?
I'm not going to cap. This woman seems sharper than what we have now. You know, we just have to say the truth.
I assume I am.
Yes, you can respond to that.
It's just words, folks. It's just words. Those words, I've been hearing them for many years. I heard them when they were running for the Senate in New York, where Hillary was going to bring back jobs to upstate New York, and she failed. I've heard them where Hillary is constantly talking about the inner cities of our country, which are a disaster, education-wise, job-wise, safety-wise, in every way possible. I'm going to help the African Americans. I'm going to help the Latinos, Hispanics. I am going to help the inner cities. She's done a terrible job for the African Americans. She wants their vote and she does nothing. And then she comes back 4 years later. We saw that firsthand when she was a United States Senator. She campaigned where the primary part of her campaign.
I want to get to audience questions and online questions.
So she's allowed to do that, but I'm not allowed to respond.
You're going to get to respond right now.
That sounds fair.
This tape is generating intense interest in just 48 hours.
But this is how you know, like, there back in 2016, there was so much heat on the tape. Joshua Taylor, I don't even know why Joshua Taylor keeps typing. Yay, bro. So in 2016, these tape kept, coming up. And this is like the second question or the third question on the same tape. Same news.
It's become the single most talked about story of the entire 2016 election on Facebook, with millions and millions of people discussing it on the social network. As we said a moment ago, we do want to bring in questions from voters around the country via social media. And our first stays on this topic. Jeff from Ohio asks on Facebook, Trump says the campaign has changed him. When did that happen? So, Mr. Trump, let me add to that. When you walked off that bus at age 59, were you a different man, or did that behavior continue until just recently? And you have 2 minutes for this.
I told you, that was locker room talk. I'm not proud of it. I am a person who has great respect for people, for my family, for the people of this country, and certainly I'm not proud of it. But that was something that happened. If you look at Bill Clinton, far worse, minor words, and his was action. His was what he's done to women. There's never been anybody in the history of politics in this nation that's been so abusive to women. So
Trump is like the OG when it comes to debating. Is this the person y'all say? Man, this is the OG when it comes to debating, bro.
You can say any way you want to say it, but Bill Clinton was abusive to women. Hillary Clinton attacked those same women and attacked them viciously. 4 of them are here tonight. One of the women, who is a wonderful woman, at 12 years old, was raped at 12. Her client, she represented, got him off, and she's seen laughing on 2 separate occasions, laughing at the girl who was raped. Kathy Shelton, that young woman, is here with us tonight. So don't tell me about words. I apologize for those words. But it is things that people say. But what President Clinton did, he was impeached. He lost his license to practice law. He had to pay an $850,000.
Whoa. What happened? Is this why? Would you chat? Would you say this is why Hillary lost the campaign? Would you say this is why Hillary lost the campaign? Just based on this right here. Would you say that's why Hillary lost the campaign? Back in 2016?
Fine to one of the women, Paula Jones, who's also here tonight. And I will tell you that when Hillary brings up a point like that, and she talks about words that I said 11 years ago, I think it's disgraceful, and I think she should be ashamed of herself, if you want to know the truth.
Shout out to Ellie. Yeah. Shout out to Nia Book Truck for purchasing the premium for us. Shout out to Nia Book Truck.
Can we please hold the applause? Secretary Clinton, you have 2 minutes.
Well, first, let me start by saying that so much of what he's just said is not right, but he gets to run his campaign any way he chooses. He gets to decide what he wants to talk about. Instead of answering people's questions, talking about our agenda, laying out the plans that we have that we think can make a better life and a better country.
Bro, who's that man behind Hillary? Who's that man behind Hillary, bro? Yeah, that man definitely. Yeah, that man works at McDonald's for sure. Yeah, that man is definitely. Yeah, he ain't missing no dinner.
That's his choice. When I hear something like that, I am reminded of what my friend Michelle Obama advised us all. When they go low, you go high. And look, if this were just about one video, maybe what he's saying tonight would be understandable. But everyone can draw their own conclusions at this point about whether or not the man in the video or the man on the stage respects women. But he never apologizes for anything to anyone. He never apologized to Mr. and Mrs. Khan, the Gold Star family, whose son, Captain Khan, died in the line of duty in Iraq. And Donald insulted and attacked them for weeks over their religion. He never apologized to the distinguished federal judge who was born in Indiana. But Donald said he couldn't be trusted to be a judge because his parents were, quote, Mexican. He never apologized to the reporter that he mimicked and mocked on national television and our children.
That's the thing. Gonzo said these people are actually friends. In my opinion, I feel like, this is just like we're debating. I don't think Trump and Hillary are enemies. They may have become, enemies now, but at this point, they weren't like enemies.
Children were watching. And he never apologized for the racist lie that President Obama was not born in the United States of America. He owes the president an apology. He owes our country an apology. And he needs to take responsibility for his actions and his words.
Well, you owe the president an apology because, as you know very well, your campaign, Sidney Blumenthal, he's another real winner that you have. And he's the one that got this started along with your campaign manager. And they were on television just 2 weeks ago. She was saying exactly that. So you really owe him an apology. You're the one that sent the pictures around your campaign, sent the pictures around with President Obama in a certain garb. That was long before I was ever involved. So you actually owe an apology. And number two, Michelle Obama. I've gotten to see the commercials that they did on you. And I've gotten to see some of the most vicious commercials I've ever seen of Michelle Obama talking about you, Hillary. So you talk about friend, go back and take a look at those commercials. A race where you lost, fair and square, unlike the Bernie Sanders race where you won, but not fair and square, in my opinion. And all you have to do is take a look at WikiLeaks and just see what they said about Bernie Sanders and see what Deborah Wasserman Schultz had in mind, because Bernie Sanders, between superdelegates and Deborah Wasserman Schultz, he never had a chance. And I was so surprised to see him sign on with the devil. But when you talk about apology, I think the one that you should really be apologizing for, and the thing that you should be apologizing for, are the 33,000 emails that you deleted and that you acid washed. And then the 2 boxes of emails and other things last week that were taken from an office and are now missing. And I'll tell you what, I didn't think I'd say this, but
Is this email situation, this true? Because I don't know, man. I don't know.
going to say it, and I hate to say it, but if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look.
And this is the thing. He never did that, actually. He never actually got a prosecutor to actually look into it. And then in return, they got him messed up.
Look into your situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like it. And we're going to have a special prosecutor. When I speak, I go out and speak. The people of this country are furious. In my opinion, the people that have been long-term workers at the FBI are furious. There has never been anything like this, where emails and you get a subpoena, and after getting the subpoena, you delete 33,000 emails, and then you acid wash them or bleach them, as you would say, a very expensive process. So we're going to get a special prosecutor, and we're going to look into it, because you know what? People have been, their lives have been destroyed for doing 1/5 of what you've done. And it's a disgrace. And honestly, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Secretary Clinton, I want to follow up on that. I'm going to let you talk about emails.
Because everything he just said is absolutely false, but I'm not surprised. Really? In the first debate,
and the audience needs.
Well, the audience is saying, oh, okay, this is, girl, you probably did this. I don't know.
I told people that it would be impossible to be fact-checking Donald all the time. I'd never get to talk about anything I want to do and how we're going to really make lives better for people. So once again, go to HillaryClinton.com. We have literally Trump. You can fact check him in real time. Last time at the first debate, we had millions of people fact-checking, so I expect we'll have millions more fact-checking because, you know, it is. It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Yeah, because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
Yo! Woo-wee! That was like, yo. Oh, Lord. That was the final straw right there. Drop, mic, drop. Boom. Is Trump the ultimate warrior? That's what I'm asking y'all now tonight. Is Trump the ultimate warrior? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning into the live show. Like the live show. We got over 800 people watching the live show. So like the live show, subscribe to the channel, and let's get it.
We want to remind the audience to please not talk out loud. Please do not applaud. You're just wasting time.
And Secretary Clinton, I do want to follow up on emails. You've said your handling of your emails was a mistake. You disagreed with FBI Director James Comey, calling your handling of classified information, quote, extremely careless. The FBI said that there were 110 classified emails that were exchanged, 8 of which were top secret, and that it was possible hostile actors did gain access to those emails. You don't call that extremely careless?
Well, Martha, first let me say, and I've said it before, but I'll repeat it because I want everyone to hear it. That was a mistake, and I take responsibility for using a personal email account. Obviously, if I were to do it over again, I would not. I'm not making any excuses. It was a mistake, and I...
Okay, I get it now. So she actually admits to it. She's just saying she made a mistake. Okay, she's saying I actually did it, but it was a mistake. Okay.
I'm very sorry about that. But I think it's also important to point out where there are some misleading accusations from critics and others. After a year-long investigation, there is no evidence that anyone hacked the server I was using, and there is no evidence that anyone can point to at all, anyone who says otherwise has no basis, that any classified material ended up in the wrong hands. I take classified materials very seriously and always have. When I was on the Senate Armed Services Committee, I was privy to a lot of classified material. Obviously, as Secretary of State, I had some of the most important secrets that we possess, such as going after bin Laden. So I am very committed.
Wow. This is a very powerful woman. This woman is absolutely powerful. You heard it. Ladies and gentlemen, like the live show, subscribe to the channel, like and subscribe.
Committed to taking classified information seriously. And as I said, there is no evidence that any classified information ended up in the wrong hands.
Okay, we're going to move on.
And yet, she didn't know the letter C on a document, right? She didn't even know what that letter meant. You know, it's amazing. I'm watching Hillary go over facts, and she's going after fact after fact, and she's lying again because she said what she did with emails was fine. You think it was fine to delete 33,000 emails? I don't think so. She said the 33,000 emails had to do with her daughter's wedding, number one, and a yoga class. Well, maybe we'll give 3 or 4 or 5 or something. 33,000 emails deleted. And now she's saying there wasn't anything wrong. And more importantly, that was after getting a subpoena. That wasn't before. That was after. She got it from the United States Congress. And I'll be honest, I am so disappointed in congressmen, including Republicans, for allowing this to happen. Our Justice Department, where her husband goes onto the back of an airplane for 39 minutes, talks to the Attorney General days before a ruling is going to be made on her case. But for you to say that there was nothing wrong with you deleting.
Is that allegation true? Did her husband go to the back of the plane with the Attorney General? Was that true? Man, so why are they indicting Trump if this actually happened?
39,000 emails. Again, you should be ashamed of yourself, what you did. And this is after getting a subpoena from the United States Congress.
We have to move on. Secretary Clinton, you can respond, and then we got to move on.
We want to give the audience a chance here.
Bro, the way she's laughing, you could tell, like, she said, you know we do this, man. You know we do this, man. You know we do. That's the laugh right there. The laugh is like, yo, I mean, it is what it is, Donald.
Jail, let alone after getting a subpoena from the United States
Secretary
Congress.
Clinton, you can respond. Then we have to move on to an audience question.
Look, it's just not true. And so please go
you didn't delete them?
Allow her to respond, please.
Personal emails, not official.
33,000?
Not well, we turned over 35,000. So
yeah.
it was.
What about the other 15,000?
Please allow her to respond. She didn't talk while you talked.
Yes, that's true. I didn't.
Because you
I
have
didn't
nothing
in
to
the
say.
first debate, and I'm going to try not to in this debate because I'd like to get to the questions that the people have brought here tonight to talk to us about.
And get off this question.
Okay, Donald, I know you're into big diversion tonight, anything to avoid talking about your campaign and the way it's exploding and the way Republicans are leaving you. But let's at
see what
least
happens.
focus
Allow her to
on some of
respond.
the
Let's see what
issues
happens.
that people care about tonight. Let's get to their questions.
We have a question here from Ken Karpowitz. He has a question about
Well, Trump has been Trump from the gate. I ain't gonna cap. Trump has been Trump. I ain't gonna cap. I mean, he didn't even let her. He don't want to hear nothing. He has been like this.
healthcare. Ken?
I'd like to know, Anderson, why aren't you bringing up the emails? I'd like to know. Why aren't you
We
getting
brought up
to
the
bottom?
emails.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. And it hasn't been finished at all.
Ken Karpowitz has a question.
It's nice to 1-on-3.
Thank you.
Oh God. It said 1-on-3. Oh my God. Oh Lord Jesus. This man ain't gonna let nothing go, man. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Let's go.
Affordable Care Act, known as Obamacare, it is not affordable. Premiums have gone up.
So is this man insinuating that Obamacare isn't affordable? I thought like Obamacare was supposed to be affordable. Is Obamacare not affordable?
Deductibles have gone up. Co-pays have gone up. Prescriptions have gone up. And the coverage has gone down. What will you do to bring the costs down and make coverage better?
That first one goes to Secretary
Thank
Clinton
you.
because you started out the last one to the audience.
He wants to start. He can start.
Is-
No, go ahead, Donald.
No, I'm a gentleman, Hillary. Go ahead.
Secretary Clinton?
Well, I think Donald was about to say he's going to solve it by repealing it and getting rid of the Affordable Care Act. And I'm going to fix it because I agree with you. Premiums have gotten too high, co-pays, deductibles, prescription drug costs. And I've laid out a series of actions that we can take to try to get those costs down. But here's what I don't want people to forget when we're talking about reining in the costs, which has to be the highest priority of the next president. When the Affordable Care Act passed, it wasn't just that 20 million people got insurance who didn't have it before, but that in and of itself was a good thing. I meet these people all the time, and they tell me what a difference having that insurance meant to them and their families. But everybody else, the 170 million of us who get health insurance through our employers, got big benefits. Number one,
You aren't getting health insurance through your employer. You are Hillary. You are a millionaire.
insurance companies can't deny you coverage because of a pre-existing condition. Number two, no lifetime limits, which is a big deal if you have serious health problems. Number three, women can't be charged more than men for our health insurance, which is the way it used to be before the Affordable Care Act. Number four, if you're under 26 and your parents have a policy, you can be on that policy until the age of 26, something that didn't happen before. So I want very much to save what works and is good about the Affordable Care Act. But we've got to get costs down. We've got to provide some additional help to small businesses so that they can afford to provide health insurance. But if we repeal it, as Donald has proposed, and start over again, all of those benefits I just mentioned are lost to everybody, not just people who get their health insurance on the exchange. And then we would have to start all over again. Right now, we are at 90% health insurance coverage. That's the highest we've ever been in our country.
Secretary Clinton,
so I
your
want
time's
us
up.
to get to 100%, but get costs down and keep quality up.
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes.
It is such a great question, and it's maybe the question I get almost more than anything else outside of defense.
Now. I ain't gonna cap. Hillary is a very articulate person. She's on another league when it comes to doing this type of debate. I guess because she's being, a politician for years. I feel like Kamala needs to learn from Hillary, because Hillary she talking sweet. She talking sweet. I ain't gonna cap.
Obamacare is a disaster. You know it. We all know it. It's going up at numbers that nobody's ever seen worldwide. Nobody's ever seen numbers like this for healthcare. It's only getting worse. In 17, it implodes by itself. Their method of fixing it is to go back and ask Congress for more money, more and more money. And we have right now almost $20 trillion in debt. Obamacare will never work. It's very bad health insurance, far too expensive. And not only expensive for the person that has it, unbelievably expensive for our country. It's going to be one of the biggest line items very shortly. We have to repeal it and replace it with something absolutely much less expensive and something that works, where your plan can actually be tailored. We have to get rid of the lines around the state, artificial lines, where we stop insurance companies from coming in and competing, because they wanted, President Obama and whoever was working on it, they want to leave those lines because that gives the insurance companies essentially monopolies. We want competition. You will have the finest health care plan there is. She wants to go to a single-payer plan, which would be a disaster, somewhat similar to Canada. And if you ever notice, the Canadians, when they need a big operation, when something happens, they come into the United States in many cases because their system is so slow. It's catastrophic in certain ways. But she wants to go to single-payer, which means the government basically rules everything. Hillary Clinton has been after this for years. Obamacare was the first step. Obamacare is a total disaster. And not only are your rates going up by numbers that nobody's ever believed, but your deductibles are going up, so that unless you get hit by a truck, you're never going to be able to use it.
Mr. Trump,
it is a disastrous plan, and it has to be repealed and replaced.
Secretary Clinton.
Whoa. You got to give it to this man right here, bro. This is just on another level.
Let me follow up with you. Your husband called Obamacare, quote, the craziest thing in the world, saying that small business owners are getting killed as premiums double, coverage is cut in half. Was he mistaken, or was his mistake simply telling the truth?
No, I mean, he clarified what he meant, and it's very clear. Look, we are in a situation in our country where if we were to start all over again, we might come up with a different system. But we have an employer-based system.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Trump and Hillary are very good friends. You can see in Trump's face, he's smiling. He's having a good time. Hillary's having a good time too. They're walking around. Man, where are these debates? They need to bring debate, this style of debate. They need to bring the style of debate back, not the one that stand on the stage like it's a concert. Like, it needs to be like this now, where they can walk around. I guess,
where the vast majority of people get their health care. And the Affordable Care Act was meant to try to fill the gap between people who were too poor and couldn't put together any resources to afford health care, namely people on Medicaid. Obviously, Medicare, which is a single-payer system, which takes care of our elderly and does a great job doing it, by the way. And then all the people who were employed, but people who were working but didn't have the money to afford insurance and didn't have anybody, an employer or anybody else, to help them. That was the slot that the Obamacare approach was to take. And like I say, 20 million people now have health insurance. So if we just rip it up and throw it away, what Donald's not telling you is we just turn it back to the insurance companies the way it used to be. And that means the insurance companies get to do pretty much whatever they want, including saying, look, I'm sorry, you've got diabetes, you had cancer, your child has asthma.
Your time is up.
You may not be able to have insurance because you can't afford it. So let's fix what's broken about it, but let's not throw it away and give it all back to the insurance companies. And
let me follow up with you, Mr.
That's not going to work.
Mr. Trump, let me follow on this.
Just one thing. First of all, Hillary, everything's broken about it, everything. Number two, Bernie Sanders said that Hillary Clinton has very bad judgment. This is a perfect example of it, trying to save Obamacare, which is...
You've said you want to end Obamacare. You've said you want to end Obamacare. You've also said you want to make coverage accessible for people with pre-existing conditions. How do you force insurance companies to do that if you're no longer mandating that every American get insurance?
You're going to have plans.
What does that mean?
Well, I'll tell you what it means. You're going to have plans that are so good, because we're going to have so much competition in the insurance industry once we break out the lines and allow the competition to come.
Are you going to have a mandate that Americans have to have health insurance?
President Obama, by keeping those lines, the boundary lines around each state, and it was almost gone until just very toward the end of the passage of Obamacare, which, by the way, was a fraud. You know that, because Jonathan Gruber, the architect of Obamacare, he said it was a great lie. It was a big lie. President Obama said you keep your doctor, you keep your plan. The whole thing was a fraud, and it doesn't work. But when we get rid of those lines, you will have competition, and we will be able to keep pre-existing. We'll also be able to help people that don't have money, because we are going to have people protected. And Republicans feel this way, believe it or not, and strongly this way. We're going to block grant into the states. We're going to block grant into Medicaid into the states so that we will be able to take care of people without the necessary funds to take care of themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
We now go to Gorba Hamid with a question for both candidates.
Both of them are friends. I ain't gonna cap.
Hi. There are 3.3 million Muslims in the United States, and I'm one of them. You've mentioned working with Muslim nations, but with Islamophobia on the rise, how will you help people like me deal with the consequences of being labeled as a threat to the country after the election is over?
Mr. Trump, you're first.
Well, you're right about Islamophobia, and that's a shame. But one thing we have to do is we have to make sure that, because there is a problem. I mean, whether we like it or not, and we can be very politically correct, but whether we like it or not, there is a problem. And we have to be sure that Muslims come in and report when they see something going on. When they see hatred going on, they have to report it. As an example, in San Bernardino, many people saw the bombs all over the apartment of the two people that killed 14 and wounded many, many people. Horribly wounded. They'll never be the same. Muslims have to report the problems when they see them. And, you know, there's always a reason for everything. If they don't do that, it's a very difficult situation for our country. Because you look at Orlando, and you look at San Bernardino, and you look at the World Trade Center, go outside, you look at Paris, look at that horrible, these are radical Islamic terrorists. And she won't even mention the word, and nor will President Obama. He won't use the term radical Islamic terrorism. Now, to solve a problem, you have to be able to state what the problem is, or at least say the name. She won't say the name, and President Obama won't say the name, but the name is there. It's radical Islamic terror. And before you solve it, you have to say the name.
Secretary Clinton.
Well, thank you.
Well, that was smooth.
Thank you for asking your question. And I've heard this question from a lot of Muslim Americans across our country, because unfortunately there's been a lot of very divisive, dark things said about Muslims. And even someone like Captain Khan, the young man who sacrificed himself defending our country in the United States Army, has been subject to attack by Donald. I want to say just a couple of things. First, we've had Muslims in America since George Washington. And we've had many successful Muslims. We just lost a particularly well-known one with Muhammad Ali. My vision of America is an America where everyone has a place. If you're willing to work hard, you do your part, you contribute to the community. That's what America is. That's what we want America to be for our children and our grandchildren. It's also very short-sighted and even dangerous to be engaging in the kind of demagogic rhetoric that Donald has about Muslims. We need American Muslims to be part of our eyes and ears on our front lines. I've worked with a lot of different Muslim groups around America. I've met with a lot of them, and I've heard how important it is for them to feel that they are wanted and included and part of our country, part of our homeland security, and that's what I want to see. It's also important, I intend to defeat ISIS, to do so in a coalition with majority Muslim nations. Right now, a lot of those nations are hearing what Donald says and wondering, Why should we cooperate with the Americans? And this is a gift to ISIS and the terrorists, violent jihadist terrorists. We are not at war with Islam. And it is a mistake, and it plays into the hands of the terrorists to act as though we are. So I want a country where citizens like you and your family are just as welcome as anyone else.
Thank you, Secretary Clinton. Mr. Trump, in December, you said this: Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country.
Hillary is smart. Hillary is definitely smart. We can't even. This is the thing. Like the candidate we have right now, the Democratic candidate for presidency, isn't this smart. We ain't gonna lie.
Country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on. We have no choice.
Well, maybe not smart, but like articulate. She's way more articulate than the beautiful, Kamala.
We have no choice. Your running mate said this week that the Muslim ban is no longer your position. Is that correct? And if it is, was it a mistake to have a religious test?
First of all, Captain Khan is an American hero. And if I were president at that time, he would be alive today. Because unlike her, who voted for the war without knowing what she was doing, I would not have had our people in Iraq. Iraq was a disaster. So he would have been alive today. The Muslim ban is something that in some form has morphed into a extreme vetting from certain areas of the world. Hillary Clinton wants to allow.
And why did it morph into that? Answer the question. Do you still believe?
You
I do.
interrupt me all the time. Why don't you interrupt her?
Would you please explain whether or not the Muslim ban still stands?
It's called extreme vetting. We are going to areas like Syria where they're coming in by the tens of thousands because of Barack Obama, and Hillary Clinton wants to allow a 550% increase over Obama. People are coming into our country like we have no idea who they are, where they're from, what their feelings about our country is, and she wants 550% more. This is going to be the great Trojan horse of all time. We have enough problems in this country. I believe in building safe zones. I believe in having other people pay for them. As an example, the Gulf states who are not carrying their weight, but they have nothing but money, and take care of people. But I don't want to have, with all the problems this country has and all of the problems that you see going on, hundreds of thousands of people coming in from Syria when we know nothing about them. We know nothing about their values, and we know nothing about their love for our country.
And Secretary Clinton, let me ask you about that, because you have asked for an increase from 10 to 65,000 Syrian refugees. We know you want tougher vetting. That's not a perfect system. So why take the risk of having those refugees come into the country?
Well, first of all, I will not let anyone into our country that I think poses a risk to us. But there are a lot of refugees, women and children. Think of that picture we all saw of that 4-year-old boy with the blood on his forehead because he'd been bombed by the Russian and Syrian air forces.
She's been doing this for years. You could tell she knows how to persuade the listeners. She knows how to get into the emotional side of people, talking about the bomb, talking about the little kid. You could tell she's been doing this for years. She's definitely on another level when it comes to, getting to people's emotions, for sure.
Children suffering in this catastrophic war, largely, I believe, because of Russian aggression. And we need to do our part. We by no means are carrying anywhere near the load that Europe and others are. But we will have vetting that is as tough as it needs to be from our professional.
My boy Monkey Juice keeps saying inflation is down 2.9%. Google it, bro. You just need to go to the gas station and go to the grocery store and check for the mortgage rate. We don't have to Google these things. We leave inflation, okay? Google ain't going to explain inflation. We actually are living in inflation.
professionals, our intelligence experts, and others. But it is important for us as a policy, not to say, as Donald has said, we're going to ban people based on a religion. How do you do that? We are a country founded on religious freedom and liberty. How do we do what he has advocated without causing great distress within our own country? Are we going to have religious tests when people fly into our country? And how do we expect to be able to implement those? So I thought that what he said was extremely unwise and even dangerous. And indeed, you can look at the propaganda on a lot of the terrorist sites, and what Donald Trump says about Muslims is used to recruit fighters because they want to create a war between us. And the final thing I would say, this is the 10th or 12th time that he's denied being for the war in Iraq. We have it on tape. The entire press corps has looked at it. It's been debunked, but it never stops him from saying whatever he wants to say.
Has not been debunked.
So please
Has not been debunked. And
go to HillaryClinton.com and you can see it.
I was against the war in Iraq. Has not been debunked. And you voted for it, and you shouldn't have. Well, I just want to
There's been lots of fact checking on that. I'd like to move on to an online question.
She just went about 25 seconds over her time.
She
Could
did
I
not.
just respond to this, please?
Very quickly, please.
Hillary Clinton, in terms of having people come into our country, we have many criminal illegal aliens.
I feel like they've been the same to Trump all his life in politics. This is 2016. Trump, I feel like now is even worse, but they've been treating Trump like this for like forever.
When we want to send them back to their country says we don't want them. In some cases, they're murderers, drug lords, drug problems, and they don't want them. And Hillary Clinton, when she was Secretary of State, said, that's okay, we can't force it into their country. Let me tell you, I'm going to force them right back into their country. They're murderers and some very bad people. And I will tell you very strongly, when Bernie Sanders said she had bad judgment, she has really bad judgment, because we are letting people into this country that are going to cause problems and crime like you've never seen. We're also letting drugs pour through our southern border at a record clip, and it shouldn't be allowed to happen. ICE just endorsed me. They've never endorsed a presidential candidate. The Border Patrol agents, 16,500, just recently endorsed me. And they endorse me because I understand the border. She doesn't. She wants amnesty for everybody. Come right in, come right over. It's a horrible thing she's doing. She's got bad judgment, and honestly, so bad that she should never be president of the United States. That I can tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Trump. I want to move on. This next question comes from the public through the Bipartisan Open Debate Coalition's.
Man, he wasn't playing in 2016. He was going straight for her. That was a mic drop moment also.
Online forum where Americans submitted questions that generated millions of votes. This question involves WikiLeaks' release of purported excerpts of Secretary Clinton's paid speeches, which she has refused to release, and one line in particular in which you, Secretary Clinton, purportedly say you need both a public and private position on certain issues. So, two from Virginia asks, is it okay for politicians to be two-faced?
Trump keeps pacing, bro. Trump keeps pacing, my dog. He keeps pacing. Look, he just keeps pacing. He keeps pacing around the room. That's sheer confidence.
Is it acceptable for a politician to have a private stance on issues? Secretary Clinton, well, your 2 minutes.
Right. As I recall, that was something I said about Abraham Lincoln after having seen the wonderful Steven Spielberg movie called Lincoln. It was a master.
Trump going like, look at this girl. Look. Trump going like, come on, Hillary. We nothing. Come on, Hillary. Come on. That's what Trump is thinking about. He's just shaking his head like.
Class watching President Lincoln get the Congress to approve the 13th Amendment. It was principled and it was strategic. And I was making the point that it is hard sometimes to get the Congress to do what you want to do, and you have to keep working at it. And yes, President Lincoln was trying to convince some people. He used some arguments. Convincing other people, he used other arguments. That was a great, I thought, a great display of presidential leadership. But, you know, let's talk about what's really going on here, Martha, because our intelligence community just came out and said in the last few days that the Kremlin, meaning Putin and the Russian government, are directing the attacks, the hacking on American accounts to influence our election. And Wikileaks is part of that, as are other sites where the Russians hack information. We don't even know if it's accurate information, and then they put it out. We have never in the history of our country been in a situation where an adversary, a foreign power, is working so hard to influence the outcome of the election. And believe me, they're not doing it to get me elected. They're doing it to try to influence the election for Donald Trump. Now, maybe because he has praised Putin, maybe because he says he agrees with a lot of what Putin wants to do, maybe.
This is the same news in 2024. This is the same thing they're saying. You know, like, this is the same news in 2024. This is the same thing. I ain't gonna cap. This is the same thing in 2024. But there was no war during Trump time. Russia, Ukraine, there was no Russia, Ukraine during Trump's time. So that now everybody can see that, you know, this was cap back in 2016.
Because he wants to do business in Moscow. I don't know the reasons, but we deserve answers. And we should demand that Donald release all of his tax returns so that people can see what are the entanglements and the financial relationships.
We're going to get to that later.
That he has
Secretary
with
Clinton,
Russians and
you're out
other
of time.
foreign powers.
Well, I think I should
Mr.
respond
Trump.
because it's so ridiculous. Look, now she's blaming, she got caught in a total lie. Her papers went out to all her friends at the banks, Goldman Sachs and everybody else. And she said things, WikiLeaks, that just came out. And she lied. Now she's blaming the lie on the late, great Abraham Lincoln. That's one that I haven't. Okay, Honest Abe. Honest Abe never lied. That's the good thing. That's the big difference between Abraham Lincoln and you. That's a big, big difference. We're talking about some difference. But as far as other elements of what she was saying, I don't know, Putin. I think it would be great if we got along with Russia because we could fight ISIS together, as an example. But I don't know, Putin. But I notice anytime anything wrong happens, they like to say the Russians. She doesn't know if it's the Russians doing the hacking. Maybe there is no hacking. But they always blame Russia. And the reason they blame Russia is because they think they're trying to tarnish me with Russia. I know nothing about Russia. I know about Russia, but I know nothing about the inner workings of Russia. I don't deal there. I have no businesses there. I have no loans from Russia. I have a very, very great balance sheet. So great that when I did the old post office on Pennsylvania Avenue, the United States government, because of my balance sheet, which they actually know very well, chose me to do the old post office between the White House and Congress, chose me to do the old post office. One of the primary things, in fact, perhaps the primary thing, was balance sheet. But I have no loans with Russia. You could go to the United States.
And people are going to say this man isn't smart. So why did they choose him to do that if he isn't smart? People y'all say he ain't smart. Man.
Government, and they would probably tell you that because they know my sheet very well. In order to get that development, I had to have. Now, the taxes are a very simple thing. As soon as I have, first of all, I pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes. Many of her friends took bigger deductions. Warren Buffett took a massive deduction. Soros, who's a friend of hers, took a massive deduction. Many of the people that are giving her all this money that she can do many more commercials than me, took massive deductions. I pay hundreds of millions of dollars in taxes, but as soon as my routine audit's finished, I'll release my returns. I'll be very proud to.
Thank you, Mr. Trump.
We've got we're on turn, actually, the topic of taxes. We have a question from Spencer Moss. Spencer?
Good evening. My question is, what specific tax provisions will you change to ensure the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share in taxes?
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes.
Well, one thing I do is get rid of carried interest. One of the greatest provisions for people like me, to be honest with you. I give up a lot when I run because I knock out the tax code. And she could have done this years ago, by the way. She was a United States senator. She complains that Donald Trump took advantage of the tax code. Well, why didn't she change it? Why didn't you change it when you were a senator? The reason you didn't is that all your friends take the same advantage that I do. And I do. You have provisions in the tax code that frankly...
I feel like this is the same thing. This is the same thing as the new presidential nominee for the Democratic Party. She's currently the vice president of the United States. So why isn't she doing the things that she's saying she's going to do on her rallies? I don't get it. I just don't get it, bro.
Good evening. My question is, what specific tax provisions will you change to ensure the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share in taxes?
Mr. Trump, you have 2 minutes.
Well, one thing I do is get rid of carried interest. One of the greatest provisions for people like me, to be honest with you. I give up a lot when I run because I knock out the tax code. And she could have done this years ago, by the way. She was a United States senator. She complains that Donald Trump took advantage of the tax code. Well, why didn't she change it? Why didn't you change it when you were a senator? The reason you didn't is that all your friends take the same advantage that I do. And I do. You have provisions in the tax code that frankly we could change. But you wouldn't change it because all of these people give you the money so you can take negative ads on Donald Trump. And I say that about a lot of things. You know, I've heard Hillary complaining about so many different things over the years. Oh, we should have done this. But she's been there for 30 years. She's been doing this stuff. She never changed, and she never will change. She never will change. We're getting rid of carried interest provisions. I'm lowering taxes, actually, because I think it's so important for corporations, because we have corporations leaving, massive corporations and little ones. Little ones can't form. We're getting rid of regulations, which goes hand in hand with the lowering of the taxes. But we're bringing the tax rate down from 35% to 15%. We're cutting taxes for the middle class. And I will tell you, we are cutting them big league for the middle class. And I will tell you, Hillary Clinton is raising your taxes, folks. You can look at me. She's raising your taxes really high. And what that's going to do is a disaster for the country. But she is raising your taxes and I'm lowering your taxes. That in itself is a big difference. We are going to be thriving again. We have no growth in this country. There's no growth. If China has a GDP of 7%, it's like a national catastrophe. We're down at 1%. And that's like no growth. And we're going lower, in my opinion. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that our taxes are so high, just about the highest in the world. And I'm bringing them down to one of the lower in the world. And I think it's so important, one of the most important things we can do. But she is raising everybody's taxes massively.
Secretary Clinton, you have 2 minutes. The question was, what specific tax provisions will
that part may actually have been the reason why he won the 2016 election. Just saying. What do you guys think? Chat. What do you guys think? I feel like that part may have been why he won the 2016 election. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live stream. Let's get it.
change to ensure the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share of taxes?
Well, everything you've heard just now from Donald is not true. I'm sorry I have to keep saying this, but he lives in an alternative reality. And it is sort of amusing to hear somebody who hasn't paid federal income taxes in maybe 20 years talking about what he's going to do. But I'll tell you what he's going to do. His plan will give the wealthy and corporations the biggest tax cuts they've ever had, more than the Bush tax cuts by at least a factor of 2. Donald always takes care of Donald and people like Donald, and this would be a massive gift. And indeed, the way that he talks about his tax cuts would end up raising taxes on middle-class families, millions of middle-class families. Now, here's what I want to do. I have said nobody who makes less than $250,000 a year, and that's the vast majority of Americans, as you know, will have their taxes raised, because I think we've got to go where the money is. And the money is with people who've taken advantage of every single break in the tax code. And yes, when I was a senator, I did vote to close corporate loopholes. I voted to close, I think, one of the loopholes he took advantage of when he claimed $1 billion loss that enabled him to avoid paying taxes. I want to have a tax on people who are making $1 million. It's called the Buffett rule. Yes, Warren Buffett is the one who's gone out and said somebody like him should not be paying a lower tax rate than his secretary. I want to have a surcharge on incomes above $5 million. We have to make up for lost times because I want to invest in you. I want to invest in hardworking families. And I think it's been unfortunate, but it's happened that since the Great Recession, the gains have all gone to the top. And we need to reverse that. People like Donald who paid zero in taxes, zero for our vets, zero for our military, zero for health and education. That is wrong. And we're going to make sure that nobody, no corporation and no individual can get away without paying his fair share to support our country.
Mr. Trump, I want to give you the chance to respond. I just want to tell our viewers what she's referring to. In the last month, taxes were the #1 issue on Facebook for the first time in the campaign. The New York Times published 3 pages of your 1995 tax returns. They show you claimed a $916 million loss, which means you could have avoided paying personal federal income taxes for years. You've said you pay state taxes, employee taxes, real estate taxes, property taxes. You have not answered, though, a simple question. Did you use that $916 million loss to avoid paying personal federal income taxes for years?
Of course I do. Of course I do. And so do all of her donors, or most of her donors. I know many of her donors. Her donors took massive tax write-offs.
So have you
a lot of my
federal income tax?
A lot of my write-off was depreciation and other things that Hillary, as a senator, allowed. And she'll always allow it because the people that give her all this money, they want it. That's why. See, I understand the tax code better than anybody that's ever run for president. Hillary Clinton, and it's extremely complex, Hillary Clinton has friends that want all of these provisions, including they want the carried interest provision, which is very important to Wall Street people, but they really want the carried interest provision, which I believe Hillary's leaving. It's very interesting why she's leaving carried interest. But I will tell you that, number one, I pay tremendous numbers of taxes. I absolutely used it, and so did Warren Buffett, and so did George Soros, and so did many of the other people.
Man, this is why he won the 2016 election, right here.
That Hillary is getting money from. Now, I won't mention their names because they're rich, but they're not famous, so we won't make them famous.
Can you say how many years you have avoided paying personal federal income taxes?
No, but I pay tax, and I pay federal tax, too. But I have a write-off. A lot of it's depreciation, which is a wonderful charge. I love depreciation. You know, she's given it to us. Hey, if she had a problem, for 30 years she's been doing this, Anderson. I say it all the time. She talks about health care. Why didn't she do something about it? She talks about taxes. Why didn't she do something about it? She doesn't do anything about anything other than talk. With her, it's all talk and no action.
In the past,
and again, Bernie Sanders, it's really bad judgment. She has made bad judgment not only on taxes, she's made bad judgments on Libya, on Syria, on Iraq. I mean, her and Obama, whether you like it or not, the way they got out of Iraq, the vacuum they've left, that's why ISIS formed in the first place. They started from that little area, and now they're in 32 different nations, Hillary. Congratulations. Great job.
I want you to be able to respond, Secretary Clinton.
Speechless.
Well, here we go again. I've been in favor of getting rid of carried interest for years, starting when I was a senator from New York. But that's not the point here.
Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it?
Because I was a senator with a Republican president.
Oh, really?
I will be the president.
You could have done it. If you were an effective, senator, you could have done it. If you were an effective senator, you could have done it. But you were not an effective.
Please allow her to respond. She didn't interrupt you.
You know, under our Constitution, presidents have something called veto power. Look, he has now said repeatedly, 30 years this and 30 years that. So let me talk about my 30 years in public service. I'm very glad to do so. 8 million kids every year have health insurance because when I was First Lady, I worked with Democrats and Republicans to create the Children's Health Insurance Program. Hundreds of thousands of kids now have a chance to be adopted. because I worked to change our adoption and foster care system. After 9/11, I went to work with Republican mayor, governor, and president to rebuild New York and to get health care for our first responders who were suffering because they had run toward danger and gotten sickened by it. Hundreds of thousands of National Guard and Reserve members have health care because of work that I did. And children have safer medicines because I was able to pass a law that required the dosing to be more carefully done. When I was Secretary of State, I went around the world advocating for our country, but also advocating for women's rights, to make sure that women had a decent chance to have a better life, and negotiated a treaty with Russia to lower nuclear weapons. 400 pieces of legislation have my name on it as a sponsor or co-sponsor when I was a senator for 8 years. I worked very hard and was very proud to be reelected in New York by an even bigger margin than I had been elected the first time. And as president, I will take that work, that bipartisan work, that finding common ground, because you have to be able to get along with people to get things done in Washington.
Thank you, Secretary.
And I've proven that I can. And for 30 years, I've produced results for people.
Thank you, Secretary.
We're going to move on to Syria. Both of you have mentioned that.
She said a lot of things. I mean, I think we should
We
be
can,
allowed
no,
to maybe
Mr. Trump, we're going to go on. This
because
is
she has
about
been
the
a
audience.
disaster as a senator.
Mr. Trump,
A
we're
disaster.
going to move on. The heartbreaking video of a 5-year-old Syrian boy named Amran sitting in an ambulance after being pulled from the rubble after an airstrike in Aleppo focused the world's attention on the horrors of the war in Syria, with 136 million views on Facebook alone. But there are much worse images coming out of Aleppo every day now, where in the past few weeks alone, 400 people have been killed, at least 100 of them children. Just days ago, the State Department called for a war crimes investigation of the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad and its ally, Russia, for their bombardment of Aleppo. So this next question comes from social media through Facebook. Diane from Pennsylvania asks, if you were president, what would you do about Syria and the humanitarian crisis in Aleppo? Isn't it a lot like the Holocaust when the U.S. waited too long before we helped? Secretary Clinton, we will begin with your 2 minutes.
Well, the situation in Syria is catastrophic. And every day that goes by, we see the results of the regime by Assad in partnership with the...
Look at this man. Look at this man right here. They might look at like, what's going on right here? This is the thing. I do not support war, no matter where it is, no matter who it is. As long as kids, women are going to go to heaven, I am not supporting the war. Okay.
Iranians on the ground, the Russians in the air, bombarding places, in particular Aleppo, where there are hundreds of thousands of people, probably about 250,000 still left. And there is a determined effort by the Russian Air Force to destroy Aleppo in order to eliminate the last of the Syrian rebels who were really holding out against the Assad regime. Russia hasn't paid any attention to ISIS. They're interested in keeping Assad in power. So when I was Secretary of State, advocated, and I advocate today, a no-fly zone and safe zones. We need some leverage with the Russians because they're not going to come to the negotiating table for a diplomatic resolution unless there is some leverage over them. And we have to work more closely with our partners and allies on the ground. But I want to emphasize that what is at stake here is the ambitions and the aggressiveness of Russia. Russia has decided that it's all in Syria, and they've also decided who they want to see become president of the United States, too, and it's not me. I've stood up to Russia. I've taken on Putin and others, and I would do that as president. I think wherever we can cooperate with Russia, that's fine. And I did as Secretary of State. That's how we got a treaty reducing nuclear weapons. It's how we got the sanctions on Iran that put a lid on the Iranian nuclear program without firing a single shot. So I would go to the negotiating table with more leverage than we have now. But I do support the effort to investigate for crimes, war crimes committed by the Syrians and the Russians and try to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Secretary Clinton.
First of all,
Mr.
she
Trump.
was there as Secretary of State with the so-called line.
You guys, this is getting spicy. This is absolutely getting spicy, y'all. But let's keep watching.
In the sand, which...
No, I wasn't. I was gone. I hate to interrupt you, but
you were in
at some
contact,
point-
excuse me.
At some
you
point,
were,
we need to
you
do
were in
some
total
fact-checking
contact
here.
with the White House. And perhaps, sadly, Obama probably still listened to you. I don't think he'd be listening to you very much anymore. Obama draws the line in the sand. It was laughed at all over the world what happened. Now, with that being said, she talks tough against Russia. But our nuclear program has fallen way behind, and they've gone wild with their nuclear program. Not good. Our government shouldn't have allowed that to happen. Russia is new in terms of nuclear. We are old, we're tired, we're exhausted in terms of nuclear. A very bad thing. Now, she talks tough. She talks really tough against Putin and against Assad. She talks in favor of the rebels. She doesn't even know who the rebels are. You know, every time we take rebels, whether it's in Iraq or anywhere else, we're arming people. And you know what happens? They end up being worse than the people. Look at what she did in Libya with Gaddafi. Gaddafi's out. It's a mess. And by the way, ISIS has a good chunk of their oil. I'm sure you probably have heard that. It was a disaster. Because the fact is, almost everything she's done in foreign policy has been a mistake, and it's been a disaster. But if you look at Russia, just take a look at Russia, and look at what they did this week, where I agree she wasn't there, but possibly she's consulted. We sign a peace treaty. Everyone's all excited. Well, what Russia did with Assad, and by the way, with Iran, who you made very powerful with the dumbest deal perhaps I've ever seen in the history of deal making, the Iran deal with $150 billion, with the $1.7 billion in cash, which is enough cash to fill up this room. But look at that deal.
People are saying that if Trump was president, Ukraine and Russia would have never happened, and that Israel and what's his name, the Palestinian situation would have never happened. Is that true? Chat, what do you guys think? Do you think that was true? Do you think if Trump has been the president, do you think Israel would have happened? Do you think Ukraine would have happened? Let us know in the chat.
Iran now and Russia.
Also, subscribe to the channel, like the live show. Subscribe to the channel, and let's get it up to 5,000 subscribers. Let's go.
Are now against us. So she wants to fight. She wants to fight for rebels. There's only one problem. You don't even know who the rebels are.
Mr. Trump,
So
Mr.
what's
Trump,
the
your
purpose?
2 minutes
And one thing
is
I have
up.
to say,
Your 2 minutes
I don't
is
like
up.
Assad at all, but Assad is killing ISIS. Russia is killing ISIS, and Iran is killing ISIS. And those three have now lined up because of our weak foreign policy.
Mr. Trump, let me repeat the question. If you were president, what would you do about Syria and the humanitarian crisis in Aleppo? And I want to remind you what your running mate said. He said provocations by Russia need to be met with American strength, and that if Russia continues to be involved in airstrikes along with the Syrian government forces of Assad, the United States of America should be prepared to use military force to strike the military targets of the Assad regime.
Okay. He and I haven't spoken, and I disagree. I disagree.
You disagree
I
with
think
your
we
running
have to
mate.
knock out ISIS. Right now, Syria is fighting ISIS. We have people that want to fight both at the same time. But Syria is no longer Syria. Syria is Russia, and it's Iran, who she made strong, and Kerry and Obama made into a very powerful.
Who was doing that zooming in? Who was doing that? Look, who was doing that zooming in for Hillary? Did you see that?
Killing ISIS. Russia is killing ISIS, and Iran is killing ISIS. And those three have now lined up because of our weak foreign policy.
Mr. Trump, let me repeat the question. If you were president, what would you do about Syria and the humanitarian crisis in Aleppo? And I want to remind you what your running mate said. He said provocations by Russia need to be met with American strength, and that if Russia continues to be involved in airstrikes along with the Syrian government forces of Assad, the United States of America should be prepared to use military force to strike the military targets of the Assad regime.
Okay. He and I haven't spoken, and I disagree. I disagree.
You disagree
I
with
think
your
we
running
have to
mate.
knock out ISIS.
You disagree with your running mate, huh?
Right now, Syria is fighting ISIS. We have people that want to fight both at the same time. But Syria is no longer Syria. Syria is Russia, and it's Iran, who she made strong and carry.
Yo, who was the cameraman, bro? Who was the cameraman? The cameraman said, I'm about to zoom in to figure out if this man telling the truth or Hillary capping right now.
And Obama made into a very powerful nation and a very rich nation very, very quickly, very, very quickly. I believe we have to get ISIS. We have to worry about ISIS before we can get too much more involved. She had a chance to do something with Syria. They had a chance, and that was the line.
What do you think
And
will
she
happen if Aleppo falls?
I think Aleppo is a disaster humanitarian.
What do you think will happen if it falls?
I think that it basically has fallen, okay? It basically has fallen. Let me tell you something. You take a look at Mosul. The biggest problem I have with the stupidity of our foreign policy. We have Mosul. They think a lot of the ISIS leaders are in Mosul. So we have announcements coming out of Washington and coming out of Iraq. We will be attacking Mosul in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Well, all of these bad leaders from ISIS are leaving Mosul. Why can't they do it quietly? Why can't they do the attack, make it a sneak attack, and after the attack is made, inform the American public that we've knocked out the leaders, we've had a tremendous success. People leave. Why do they have to say we're going to be attacking Mosul within the next 4 to 6 weeks, which is what they're saying?
And I've always thought about that too. It's like, why do people always announce before going in?
How stupid is our country?
There are sometimes reasons the military does that. Psychological.
Okay, she's answering the question. Yo, she's answering the question. This is the wildest thing I've ever seen, bro. She answering the question.
I can't think of any. I can't think of any.
It might be to help get civilians out.
And we have, look, I have 200 generals and admirals who endorse me. I have 21 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients who endorse me. We talk about it all the time. They understand. Why can't they do something secretively where they go in and they knock out the leadership? Why would these people stay there? I've been reading now
Tell
for
me
weeks.
what your
Martha, I've been
strategy
reading now
is.
for weeks about Mosul, that it's the harbor of where, between Raqqa and Mosul. This is where they think the ISIS leaders are. Why would they be saying? They're not staying there anymore. They're gone. Because everybody's talking about how Iraq, which is us with our leadership, goes in to fight Mosul. Now, with these 200 admirals and generals.
Did he just say, which is us, Iraq, which is us, with our leadership? Man.
They can't believe it. All I say is this: General George Patton, General Douglas MacArthur are spinning in their grave at the stupidity of what we're doing in the Middle East.
I'm going to go to Secretary Clinton. Secretary Clinton, you want Assad to go. You advocated arming rebels, but it looks like that may be too late for Aleppo. You talk about diplomatic efforts. Those have failed. Ceasefires have failed. Would you introduce the threat of U.S. military?
Shout out to Crystal Richmond. Thank you for tuning in. Yes, I am doing good. Thank you, beautiful Crystal Richmond. Shout out to your children, too. Thank you for joining us tonight. Like the live show. Subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
Military force beyond a no-fly zone against the Assad regime to back up diplomacy.
I would not use American ground forces in Syria. I think that would be a very serious mistake. I don't think American troops should be holding territory, which is what they would have to do as an occupying force. I don't think that is a smart strategy. I do think the use of special forces, which we're using, the use of enablers and trainers in Iraq, which has had some positive effects, are very much in our interests. And so I do support what is happening. But
what would you do differently than President Obama is doing?
Martha, I hope that by the time
everything.
I hope by the time I am president that we will have pushed ISIS out of Iraq. I do think that there is a good chance that we can take Mosul. And, you know, Donald says he knows more about ISIS than the generals. No, he doesn't. There are a lot of very important planning going on, and some of it is to signal to the Sunnis in the area, as well as Kurdish Peshmerga fighters, that we all need to be in this, and that takes a lot of planning and preparation. I would go after Baghdadi. I would specifically target Baghdadi, because I think our targeting of Al-Qaeda leaders, and I was involved in a lot of those operations, highly classified ones, made a difference. So I think that could help. I would also consider arming the Kurds. The Kurds have been our best partners in Syria as well as Iraq. And I know there's a lot of concern about that in some circles, but I think they should have the equipment they need so that Kurdish and Arab fighters on the ground are the principal way that we take Raqqa after pushing ISIS out of Iraq.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on.
Funny, she went over a minute over, and you don't stop her. When I go 1 second over, it's like
you had many answers.
It's really
Anderson's hand is like this.
Very interesting.
We've got a question over here from James Carter. Mr. Carter?
My question is, do you believe you can be a devoted president to all the people in the United States?
That question begins for Mr. Trump.
Absolutely. I mean, she calls our people deplorable, a large group, and irredeemable. I will be a president for all of our people, and I'll be a president that will turn our inner cities around. And will
Question, chat. Was Trump a president for every people in the United States? Was Trump a president for every people in the United States when he was president? Talking about Latinos, Black, Muslims, Christians, whoever. Okay.
We'll give strength to people, and we'll give economics to people, and we'll bring jobs back, because NAFTA, signed by her husband, is perhaps the greatest disaster trade deal in the history of the world, not in this country. It stripped us of manufacturing jobs. We lost our jobs. We lost our money. We lost our plants. It is a disaster. And now she wants to sign TPP, even though she says now she's for it. She called it the gold standard. And by the way, at the last debate, she lied, because it turned out that she did say the gold standard, and she said she didn't say it. They actually said that she lied, okay? And she lied, but she's lied about a lot of things. I would be a president for all of the people, African Americans, the inner cities. Devastating what's happening to our inner cities. She's been talking about it for years. As usual, she talks about it, nothing happens. She doesn't get it done. Same with the Latino Americans, the Hispanic Americans, the same exact thing. They talk, they don't get it done.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the live show. Subscribe to the channel, like the live show. This is a 2016 presidential debate between Trump and Hillary. The name or the title of this stream is called Trump May Be the Ultimate Warrior. So I'm trying to figure out how his journey has been from 2016 to 2024. So this is not a recent interview. This is a 2016 interview. And the title of this stream is called, Is Trump, it's a question I'm asking you two guys, is Trump the ultimate warrior?
Go into the inner cities and you see it's 45% poverty. African Americans now 45% poverty in the inner cities. The education is a disaster. Jobs are essentially non-existent. I mean,
Shout out to How To Honey. Thank you for tuning in. You've always been watching the live stream. God bless you. Like the live show, subscribe to the channel. Let's get it.
You know, I've been saying at big speeches where I have 20 and 30,000 people, what do you have to lose? It can't get any worse. And she's been talking about the inner cities for 25 years. Nothing's going to ever happen. Let me tell you, if she's president of the United States, nothing's going to happen. It's just going to be talk. And all of her friends, the taxes we were talking about, and I would just get it by osmosis. She's not doing any me favors. But by doing all the others favors, she's doing me favors.
Mr. Trump, thank you.
But I will tell you, she's all talk. It doesn't get done. All you have to do is take a look at her Senate run. Take a look at upstate New York.
Your 2 minutes is up. Secretary Clinton,
It turned out
2
to be a
minutes.
disaster.
You have 2 minutes, Secretary Clinton.
Well, 67% of the people voted to reelect me when I ran for my second term, and I was very proud and very humbled by that. Mr. Carter, I have tried my entire life to do what I can to support children and families. You know, right out of law school, I went to work for the Children's Defense Fund, and Donald talks a lot about, you know, the 30 years I've been in public service. I'm proud of that. You know, I started off as a young lawyer working against discrimination against African-American children in schools and in the criminal justice system. I worked to make sure that kids with disabilities could get a public education, something that I care very much about. I have worked with Latinos. One of my first jobs in politics was down in South Texas, registering Latino citizens to be able to vote. So I have a deep devotion, to use your absolutely correct word, to making sure that every American feels like he or she has a place in our country. And I think when you look at the letters that I get, a lot of people are worried that maybe they wouldn't have a place in Donald Trump's America. They write me, and one woman wrote me about her son, Felix. She adopted him from Ethiopia when he was a toddler. He's 10 years old now. This is the only country he's ever known. And he listens to Donald on TV, and he said to his mother one day, will he send me back to Ethiopia if he gets elected? You know, children listen to what is being said, to go back to the very, very first question. And there's a lot of fear that, in fact, teachers and parents are calling it the Trump effect. Bullying is up. A lot of people are feeling, you know, uneasy. A lot of kids are expressing their concerns. So first and foremost, I will do everything I can to reach out to everybody,
Secretary
Democrats,
Clinton.
Republicans, independents, people across our country. If you don't vote for me, I still want to be your president.
Your 2
I want to
minutes
be
is
the
up.
best president I can be for every American.
Secretary Clinton, your 2 minutes is up. I want to follow up on something that Donald Trump actually said to you, a comment you made last month. You said that half of Donald Trump's supporters are, quote, deplorables, racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic. You later said you regretted saying half. You didn't express regret for using the term deplorables. To Mr. Carter's question, how can you unite a country if you've written off tens of millions of Americans?
Well, within hours, I said that I was sorry about the way I talked about that, because my argument is not with his supporters. It's with him and with the hateful and divisive campaign that he has run, and the inciting of violence at his rallies, and the very brutal kinds of comments about not just women, but all Americans, all kinds of Americans. And what he has said about African Americans and Latinos, about Muslims, about POWs, about immigrants, about people with disabilities, he's never apologized for. And so I do think that a lot of the tone and tenor that he has said, I'm proud of the campaign that Bernie Sanders and I ran. We ran a campaign based on issues, not insults, and he is supporting me 100%.
Thank you.
Because we talked about what we wanted to do. We might have had some differences, and we had a lot of
Thank you,
debates,
Secretary.
but we believed that we could make the country better, and I was proud of
I'm going
that.
to give you a minute, 20
We
seconds.
have a divided nation. We have a very divided nation. You look at Charlotte, you look at Baltimore, you look at the violence that's taking place in the inner cities, Chicago. You take a look at Washington, D.C. We have an increase in murder within our cities, the biggest in 45 years. We have a divided nation because people like her, and believe me, she has tremendous hate in her heart. And when she said deplorables, she meant it. And when she said irredeemable, they're irredeemable. You didn't mention that. But when she said they're irredeemable, to me, that might have been even worse.
She said some of them are irredeemable.
She's got tremendous hatred. And this country cannot take another 4 years of Barack Obama. And that's what you're getting with her.
Mr. Trump, let me follow up with you. In 2008, you wrote in one of your books that the most important characteristic of a good leader is discipline. You said if a leader doesn't have it, quote, he or she won't be one for very long. In the days after the first debate, you sent out a series of tweets from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., including one that told people to check out a sex tape. Is that the discipline of a good leader?
No, it wasn't check out a sex tape. It was just take a look at the person that she built up to be this wonderful Girl Scout who was no Girl Scout. By the way, just so you understand, when she said 3 o'clock in the morning, take a look at Benghazi. She said, who's going to answer the call at 3 o'clock in the morning? Guess what? She didn't answer because when Ambassador Stevens...
The question is that the discipline of a good leader?
600 times. Well, she said she was awake at 3 o'clock in the morning. And she also sent a tweet out at 3 o'clock in the morning, but I won't even mention that. But she said she'll be awake. Who's the famous thing? We're going to answer our call at 3 o'clock in the morning. Guess what happened? Ambassador Stevens sent 600 requests for help. And the only one she talked to was Sidney Blumenthal, who's her friend and not a good guy, by the way. So, she shouldn't be talking about that. Now, tweeting happens to be a modern day form of communication. I mean, you can like it or not like it. I have, between Facebook and Twitter, I have almost 25 million people. It's a very effective way of communication. So you can put it down, but it is a very effective form of communication. I'm not unproud of it, to be honest with you.
Secretary Clinton, does Mr. Trump have the discipline to be a good leader?
No.
I'm shocked to hear that.
Well, it's not only my opinion, it's the opinion of many others, national security experts, Republicans, former Republican members of Congress. But it's in part because those of us who have had the great privilege of seeing this job up close and know how difficult it is, and it's not just because I watched my husband take a $300 billion deficit and turn it into a $200 billion surplus, and 23 million new jobs were created, and incomes went up for everybody. Everybody. African-American incomes went up 33%. And it's not just because I worked with George W. Bush after 9/11. And I was very proud that when I told him what the city needed, what we needed to recover, he said, you've got it. And he never wavered. He stuck with me. And I have worked, and I admire President Obama. He inherited the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression. That was a terrible time for our country.
We have to move along.
9 million people lost their jobs, 5 million homes were lost,
Secretary
and
Clinton, we're
$13
moving
trillion
on.
in family wealth was wiped out. We are back on the right track. He would send us back into recession with his tax plans.
Secretary Clinton, we are moving to an audience question. We're almost out of time. We have another. Mr. Trump, we're moving to an audience question.
It is our country
Mr. Trump,
has the
Secretary
slowest growth,
Clinton, we
and
want to get
jobs
to
are a
the
disaster.
audience. Thank you very much, both of you. We have another audience question. Beth Miller has a question for both candidates.
Good evening. Perhaps the most important aspect of this election is the Supreme Court justice. What would you prioritize as the most important aspect of selecting a Supreme Court justice?
We begin with your 2 minutes, Secretary Clinton.
Thank you. Well, you're right. This is one of the most important issues in this election. I want to appoint Supreme Court justices who understand the way the world really works, who have real life experience, who have not just been in a big law firm and maybe clerked for a judge and then gotten on the bench, but maybe they tried some more cases. They actually understand what people are up against, because I think the current court has gone in the wrong direction. And so I would want to see the Supreme Court reverse Citizens United and get dark, unaccountable money out of our politics. Donald doesn't agree with that. I would like the Supreme Court to understand that voting rights are still a big problem in many parts of our country, that we don't always.
So far, guys, how would you rate this debate? How would you rate this debate? Is Donald destroying her, or is she destroying Donald?
Do everything we can to make it.
Or is it 50-50? I think it's like I think it's like 60-40. Donald 60, she 40%.
Possible for people of color and older people and young people to be able to exercise their franchise. I want a Supreme Court that will stick with Roe v. Wade and a woman's right to choose, and I want a Supreme Court that will stick with marriage equality. Now, Donald has put forth the names of some people that he would consider, and among the ones that he has suggested are people who would reverse Roe v. Wade and reverse marriage equality. I think that would be a terrible mistake and would take us backwards. I want a Supreme Court that doesn't always side with corporate interests. I want a Supreme Court that understands because you're wealthy and you can give more money to something doesn't mean you have any more rights or should have any more rights than anybody else. So I have very clear views about what I want to see to kind of change the balance on the Supreme Court. And I regret deeply that the Senate has not done its job, and they have not permitted a vote on the person that President Obama, a highly qualified person, they've not given him a vote to be able to have the full complement of 9 Supreme Court justices. I think that was a dereliction of duty. I hope that they will see their way to doing it, but if I am so fortunate enough as to be president, I will immediately move to make sure that we fill that. We have 9
Thank
justices
you, Secretary
and they get to work on behalf of our people.
Thank you. You're out of time, Mr. Trump.
Justice Scalia, great judge, died recently, and we have a vacancy. I am looking to appoint judges very much in the mold of Justice Scalia. I'm looking for judges, and I've actually picked 20 of them, so that people would see highly respected, highly thought of, and actually very beautifully reviewed by just about everybody, but people that will respect the Constitution of the United States. And I think that this is so important. Also, the Second Amendment, which is totally under siege by people like Hillary Clinton. They'll respect the Second Amendment and what it stands for, what it represents. So important to me. Now, Hillary mentioned something about contributions, just so you understand. So I will have in my race more than $100 million put in of my money, meaning I'm not taking all of this big money from all of these different corporations like she's doing. What I ask is this. So I'm putting in more than, by the time it's finished, I'll have more than $100 million invested. Pretty much.
This is why you gotta respect people like Trump. He's putting up his own money, man. That's why he says what he wants to say. This is why he says what he wants to say.
Self-funding mine. We're raising money for the Republican Party, and we're doing tremendously on the small donation, $61 average or so. I asked Hillary, why doesn't you make $250 million by being in office? She used the power of her office to make a lot of money. Why isn't she funding, not for $100 million, but why don't you put 10 or 20 or 25 or $30 million into your own campaign? It's $30 million less for special interests that will tell you exactly what to do. And it would really, I think, be a nice sign to the American public. Why aren't you putting some money in? You have a lot of it. You've made a lot of it because of the fact that you've been in office. You made a lot of it while you were Secretary of State, actually. So why aren't you putting money into your own campaign? I'm just curious.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to get on to one more question.
The question was about the Supreme Court, and I just want to quickly say,
very quickly,
I respect the Second Amendment, but I believe there should be comprehensive background checks, and we should close the gun show loophole and close the online loophole.
We have one more question,
as many lives as we possibly can.
We have one more question from Ken Bone about energy policy. Ken?
What steps will your energy policy take to meet our energy needs while at the same time remaining environmentally friendly and minimizing job loss for fossil power plant workers?
Mr. Trump, 2 minutes.
Absolutely. I think it's such a great question because energy is under siege by the Obama administration, under absolute siege. The EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, is killing these energy companies. And foreign companies are now coming in, buying so many of our different plants and then rejiggering the plant so that they can take care of their oil. We are killing, absolutely killing our energy business in this country. Now, I'm all for alternative forms of energy, including wind, including solar, etc. But we need much more than wind and solar. And you look at our miners. Hillary Clinton wants to put all the miners out of business. There is a thing called clean coal. Coal will last for 1,000 years in this country. Now we have natural gas and so many other things because of technology. We have unbelievable. We have found over the last 7 years, we have found tremendous wealth right under our feet. So good, especially when you have 20 trillion in debt. I will bring our energy companies back. They'll be able to compete. They'll make money. They'll pay off our national debt. They'll pay off our tremendous budget deficits, which are tremendous. But we are putting our energy companies out of business. We have to bring back our workers. You take a look at what's happening to steel and the cost of steel, and China dumping vast amounts of steel all over the United States, which essentially is killing our steel workers and our steel companies. We have to guard our energy companies. We have to make it possible. The EPA is so restrictive that they are putting our energy companies out of business. And all you have to do is go to a great place.
Trump was definitely ready. He came in prepared. You could hear from the way he speaks. Man, he was ready for this.
It's like West Virginia or places like Ohio, which is phenomenal, or places like Pennsylvania, and you see what they're doing to the people, miners and others in the energy business. It's a disgrace.
Your time is up. Thank you,
It's
sir.
an absolute disgrace.
And actually,
Secretary Clinton, 2 minutes.
Well, that was very interesting. First of all, China is illegally dumping steel in the United States, and Donald Trump is buying it to build his buildings, putting steel workers and American steel plants out of business. That's something that I fought against as a senator, and that I would have a trade prosecutor to make sure that we don't get taken advantage of by China on steel or anything else. You know, because it sounds like you're in the business or you're aware of people in the business, you know that we are now for the first time ever energy independent. We are not dependent upon the Middle East, but the Middle East still controls a lot of the prices. So the price of oil has been way down, and that has had a damaging effect on a lot of the oil companies, right? We are, however, producing a lot of natural gas, which serves as a bridge to more renewable fuels. And I think that's an important transition. We've got to remain energy independent. It gives us much more power and freedom than to be worried about what goes on in the Middle East. We have enough worries over there without having to worry about that. So I have a comprehensive energy policy, but it really does include fighting climate change, because I think that is a serious problem. And I support moving toward more clean, renewable energy as quickly as we can, because I think we can be the 21st century clean energy superpower and create millions of new jobs and businesses. But I also want to be sure that we don't leave people behind. That's why I'm the only candidate from the very beginning of this campaign who had a plan to help us revitalize coal country, because those coal miners and their fathers and their grandfathers, they dug that coal out. A lot of them lost their lives. They were injured, but they turned the lights on and they powered our factories. I don't want to walk away from them. So we've got to do something for them. But the price of coal is down worldwide. So we have to look at this comprehensively. And that's exactly what I have proposed. I hope you will go to HillaryClinton.com and look at my entire policy.
One more audience question.
We've sneaked in one more question, and it comes from Carl Becker.
Good evening. My question to both of you is...
The debate is so spicy they had to sneak in one more question. Telling y'all.
Regardless of the current rhetoric, would either of you name one positive thing that you respect in one another?
Trump going like, I know. Let's keep watching.
Trump, would you like to go first?
Well, I certainly will, because I think that's a very fair and important question. Look, I respect his children. His children are incredibly able and devoted And I think that says a lot about Donald. I don't agree with nearly anything else he says or does, but I do respect that. And I think that is something that as a mother and a grandmother is very important to me. So I believe that this election has become in part so conflict-oriented, so intense, because there's a lot at stake. This is not an ordinary time, and this is not an ordinary election. We are going to be choosing a president who will set policy for not just 4 or 8 years, but because of some of the important decisions we have to make here at home and around the world, from the Supreme Court to energy and so much else. And so there is a lot at stake. It's one of the most consequential elections that we've had.
Every election is always consequential, though. You know.
And that's why I've tried to put forth specific policies and plans, trying to get it off of the personal and put it on to what it is I want to do as president. And that's why I hope people will check on that for themselves so that they can see that, yes, I've spent 30 years, actually maybe a little more, working to help kids and families. And I want to take all that experience to the White House and do that every single day.
Mr. Trump.
Well, I consider her statement about my children to be a very nice compliment. I don't know if it was meant to be a compliment, but it is a great. I'm very proud of my children. And they've done a wonderful job, and they've been wonderful, wonderful kids. So I consider that a compliment. I will say this about Hillary. She doesn't quit. She doesn't give up. I respect that. I tell it like it is. She's a fighter. I disagree with much of what she's fighting for. I do disagree with her judgment in many cases. But she does fight hard, and she doesn't quit, and she doesn't give up. And I consider that to be a very good trait.
Thanks to both of you.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That was smooth. I ain't gonna cap. That was smooth, man. Like if you listen to her answers, you could hear that, she was still trying to get voters, she was still trying to cater to voters. But listen to Trump. Trump fully spoke about what he respects. Let's listen to that again, okay? Let's listen to that again. Because I felt like she talked too much in that particular situation rather than just actually. Let's listen to that again.
Would either of you name one positive thing that you respect in one another?
Mr. Trump, would you like to go first?
Well, I certainly will, because I think that's a very fair and important question. Look, I respect his children. His children are incredibly able and devoted, and I think that says a lot about Donald. I don't agree with nearly anything else he says or does, but I do respect that. And I think that is something that as a mother and a grandmother is very important to me. So I believe that this election has become in part so conflict-oriented, so intense, because there's a lot at stake. This is not an ordinary time, and this is not an ordinary election. We are going to be choosing a president who will set policy for not just 4 or 8 years, but because of some of the important decisions we have to make here at home and around the world, from the Supreme Court to energy and so much else. And so there is a lot at stake. It's one of the most consequential elections that we've had. And that's why I've tried to put forth specific policies and plans, trying to get it off of the personal and put it on to what it is I want to do as president. And that's why I hope people will check on that for themselves so that they can see that, yes, I've spent 30 years, actually maybe a little more, working to help kids and families. And I want to take all that experience to the White House and do that every single day.
Mr. Trump.
Well, I consider her statement about my children to be a very nice compliment. I don't know if it was meant to be a compliment, but it is a great. I'm very proud of my children, and they've done a wonderful job, and they've been wonderful, wonderful kids. So I consider that a compliment. I will say this about Hillary. She doesn't quit. She doesn't give up. I respect that. I tell it like it is. She's a fighter. I disagree with much of what she's fighting for. I do disagree with her judgment in many cases, but she does fight hard, and she doesn't quit, and she doesn't give up. And I consider that to be a very good trait.
Thanks.
Yo, that was it. I felt like this is the second thing that made him win the election. The first one was when he was talking about he took advantage of the tax code. And this one, because he went straight for the praises. He was praising her, and he also said good things about his children. So, man, it killed it. It killed it. All right, so that's the end of that particular one. Let me see. What else do we have here? This is the other one. Which one was this? Okay. Watch the 2020 election. Okay. Let's watch the 2020 election. Let's watch the 2020 debate, brother. And see what changed. Let's see what changed. Let's see what changed in the 2020 debate. I thought I just paid for this. Y'all, I promise you I paid for premium.
Right, and the argument you make, and your opponent wrong, and where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, good in every way. In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this, and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court, and the justice, and I have nothing. I'm not opposed to the justice. She seems like a very fine person, but she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February. All right.
One thing I can say is Joe was actually very, it was way better than, the recent one that they just did, which was like 2 months ago. Joe was actually really sharp here compared to the recent one. We're going to watch the recent one too, just to compare. But let's just see Trump's performance and see what makes him the ultimate warrior. Okay.
There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number.
Yeah.
The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said,
But
and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
Your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party
is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act? And
Joe, you've had
pre-existing
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And
this.
if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't be
the deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which
no,
was heavily
Mr. President,
infected. You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr.
You're
President,
talking about 2 million people.
You're not gonna be able to
President, as
shut
a
him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it in the ballot?
Because
Why is it
you
on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And you
just
don't
be quiet
know
for a
her view on Roe v. Wade.
I
You
don't
her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, John.
This is something I have to chip in right here. I feel like in this particular debate, Trump wasn't calm. he knew what he was saying. He had his points, but he wasn't as calm as he was in 2016, the one we just watched. Now let's keep watching. Well, I guess the stress of being the president of the United States, the stress of 2020 situation, and all that stuff. That might have also played a big part in what is going on in his mind. But let's keep watching.
Gentlemen, we got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
And Joe is laughing a lot. I guess that's where Kamala got it.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a big chunk of Obamacare. That is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst part of Obamacare.
Sir,
Chris, that was the worst part of Obama.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we will protect people with
President, I'm the moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your
Go ahead.
question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace.
Bro, there's no way we're going to be watching this with...
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like you
and we will protect people with
President, I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare, and just this last Thursday, you signed a...
Ellie, thank you for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. Let's get up to 5,000 subscribers tonight. We're close to 5,000 subscribers, ladies and gentlemen. Like the live show, subscribe to the channel. Also, something that I've noticed here is he's not letting the moderator actually ask the question fully. So, he was the incumbent, how do you pronounce that? Incumbent president. So it's like you are the president of the United States. You should kind of like chill out a little bit. Like you should chill out a little bit and just let it play, and just use your, I guess, be presidential. I don't know. Be presidential. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I feel like in 2016. He was much more presidential, and he wasn't even the president. So I'm saying, like, did Washington change Trump? But overall, is Trump still the ultimate warrior? And did Washington change Trump? And did the Russia situation and the impeachment and what happened in 2020 and all of this stuff, did it weigh on Trump? And is that why he was, I guess, I wouldn't say panicking, but not actually as smooth as he was in 2016.
Largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Fine. Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you.
That was just why. Ellie, it was because I guess it was a live show that we were streaming, so it was against some guidelines, so that was why. But this is a typical Trump saying, I guess I'm debating you, not him. Typical Trump. But answer the question, y'all. Did Washington, D.C. change Trump, or was he just weighed down by the things going on around the country in 2020? And also, like, what else? The impeachment, and also the Russia situation, was that, all of that stuff, was it weighing on Trump? And was that why he wasn't as smooth as he was in 2016?
you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against big pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care. All of the things that we've done, insulin, I give you an example, insulin, it was destroying families, destroying people. The cost, I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water. You want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say, this is open discussion.
No,
let me ask you about,
this is big stuff.
Sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare, and the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
Well, if I can ask you the question, it will
Not
end.
what your party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. Number one.
Joe, you agree?
Now, watching this, would you say we should have known about Joe? Watching this, guys, would you say we should have known about Joe? I mean, this is a question. I'm asking you guys, chat. Watching this, would you say we should have known?
Number two. With Bernie Sanders, who's far left on the manifesto, we call it. And that gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you saying
I'm not going to listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you,
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to do is
Super Tuesday. You got very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make sure.
Mr. President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You pick.
Oh, God. Trump. Whoo. That's what I'm saying. Like, he is the president. He should have acted presidential, calm, cool, chill, like 2016. You know, we got this in the bag. Look what we've done to the economy. But he was just having too much fun on this stage.
You'd be surprised.
The wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Let him.
There is no manifesto, number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have
to,
any
and under that
idea
plan,
what
you
this
have
clown's
socialized,
doing?
They call it
Mr.
Do you have any
President.
socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well,
President.
I tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because
by the way,
Obamacare
he doesn't know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a plan.
fixed it to an extent.
He has never done a single
as you might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you realize if you're both speaking at the same time,
and it's too expensive.
Let the president. Go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed that. They shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people. Okay. I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what
and I just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive.
Okay.
Premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right. I have one final question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take in that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
Are you going to pack the
Make
court?
sure you, in fact, let people know
He doesn't want
you're a
to answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because,
wouldn't you answer that
because
question?
the question is,
radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe?
This
Who's
is
on your
so
list?
right.
Gentlemen, I think
this
we've
is
ended
so
this.
He's going to pack the court.
We have
not going to give a list.
We have ended this segment.
This is what I mean. Like, can you imagine Joe saying to the president of the United States, "Will you shut up, man?" You see what I mean? Like, Trump should have been very, very calm and presidential. This is what I mean, and I feel like this is why he may have lost the 2020 election. Of course, even if he knows what he's talking about, even if he had a very good policy, but still, just being the president of the United States, you should have been way more calm because you know what you've done. Let Joe be the person talking and wait for your time. You know what I mean? Like, just watching Joe here saying, "Would you shut up, man?" to the president of the United States. Man, that was, because he actually, he inspired that kind of attitude from Joe. He could have just been calm, cool, presidential, like he did in 2016. And I feel like he wouldn't have lost 2020 election. But let's keep watching.
Segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said.
So for the people watching right now, are you gonna say Trump should go in debating Kamala like this, or it should be way cooler, calmer than how it was in 2020? Do you think Trump should go in hot like this? Should he go in hot like this, or should he be calm, cool, collected with Kamala? Or do you want him to go in like this with Kamala, or do you think he should turn the heat down and not go in like this? For the people voting Trump.
And done so far, and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000. And one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It's his 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of your Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job.
Shout out to Joshua Harris for subscribing to the channel. God bless you, my brother. And according to Joshua Harris, it says Trump has 5 times the support now than he did in 2016. Do we agree with that? Do we agree with that? Let's keep watching. Hopefully he stays calm on September 4 for Fox News if Kamala agrees to do that, or on September 10 on ABC.
I know how to get the job
Well, you
done.
didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no economic recession.
Sir, you made a
there was no recession.
You made a point. Let him answer.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far more people. Far more people.
I feel like this is what helped Joe win the election. Him talking directly to the voters and saying, how many of you couldn't talk to your grandma, your mom, your granddad that was an emotional state that the Biden took the voters into. And people are very emotional when it comes to voting, especially when it pertains to what happened in 2020. Yeah, Biden really he cooked. Biden was cooking in this one. I ain't gonna cap. Biden was cooking in this one. I ain't gonna cap.
And you would have been.
And by the way,
months late.
your own
You were
his
months
his
behind me,
own his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine. We're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
& Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future, because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them left, I don't know what I call them.
the head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
He said
Dr.
it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also
I'm
be
talking about
after
when it's
that.
generally available. not when it
Well,
will
we're
be.
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
this is
delivering
the
the
same
vaccine.
man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically,
That was
and you
him.
know that.
I
That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine sooner
I want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And
Harris is saying you
no,
can't trust the
No,
scientists.
well, no, you can trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust.
She said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by
I
the way,
spoke to the
and
scientists that are in
by
charge.
the way,
They will have
and
the vaccine very
does-
soon.
Let him
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market, one of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's no.
And this is another thing. I feel like Trump was trolling more than he should have. He was the sitting president. He should have just used that presidential, power, calmness to finesse Joe. But Joe was speaking directly to the voters. And maybe that's why Joe won the 2020 election.
Nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years, you've done nothing.
Let's have this debate.
And if you would have had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
if you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
See,
and
We're
it's
going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay.
To
when it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide
Tell that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with the Senate. And he sits on his golf course. And literally, think about it.
You probably play more than I do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country. And I want to keep it open. And we did a great thing by shutting it down. Wait a minute, Joe. Let me shut you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to another subject.
But those states are not doing well that are shut down right now.
President Trump, you have begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are okay.
of
You have
masks?
to understand, if you look, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I wear masks when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money. The Congress.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And that was BS. That right there was BS. At the end of the day, they said it didn't matter. Man, you can't even trust this situation. It was BS at the end of the day. Straight BS.
They've also said the opposite. They've also said
no serious person said the opposite.
Look
serious.
at Dr. Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the opposite.
He did not say the opposite.
We got a little bit more than a minute left in this
masks
segment.
Are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good. I'm okay with masks.
I want to ask you both about one last subject because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people. Outside, yes, sir. Agreed.
Chris V, I remember I would be driving and I would turn to my left and I would see people, like 4 of them. I'm like, it's just you, man. They got us good. They got us real good, man. Yo, they got us good, man. I'm telling y'all, they got us good in them. The early 4 years ago was hot. They got us good. They really got us good. And also, that's a really big part why, OG Joe actually won the election. That's why he actually won, because it's like that was a big part in this whole situation. Man, they got us good. I ain't gonna lie, man, they got us good.
Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
because nobody will show up.
People with
well, it's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
but are you not worried about
job
spreading
as a
disease?
President, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you not worried about
we
the
have
disease
a lot of
issues,
people.
sir?
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative effect.
No negative effect.
We've had no negative effect. And we've had 40,000 people at these rallies.
Just quickly finish up, because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraged them not to.
All right.
He's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy.
He says, nobody cares, Joe. Nobody cares. Oh, my Lord.
Is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter. The unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people, between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening at some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost, it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion. because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's just yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States.
I ain't gonna cap, man. Joe was smooth. I mean, look at the way he was so calm, cool. Can I get my time back? Man, yeah, he was cool. Yeah. He actually really finessed this debate.
To leave office, having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools, why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. We are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools. No, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took
gentlemen, we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million.
Show us your tax returns.
I went... you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And we have I built a great
I'm asking
company.
you a specific question, which
but
is...
let me tell you.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. No, Mr. President, I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher makes on the money a school teacher makes is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator.
You're the worst president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe, I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what is the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one.
Trump said. Bunch of BS.
And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it before when you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed.
The economy is
Mr. President, Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for American people.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited.
Was Trump right? Was Trump right? Everybody watching right now, he spoke about this. Was Trump right all the way? Or, I don't know. Was he right? That's a question.
The worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
booming.
Blew it.
He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when fact there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Excuse
me, Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you were number two.
No.
Chris. They said.
Oh my God, man. Trump said, no, you're number two, okay? This is the wildest. I don't know who can ever actually debate Trump if he's cool, calm, and collected. I don't think anybody can debate Trump. I don't think so. My opinion. Maybe wrong or not, but I feel like if he was way calmer in this one, he would have probably won. But he wasn't calm, and he was just trying to get his point across by any means necessary, and maybe that was why this happened. But I mean, think about it. No, you're number two. That's the number one troll right there, man.
Said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing. Part of my standard fare.
I'm the guy that brought back the automobile industry.
All right, let him know.
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having
and they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. He talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit
China
with
ate
Mexico.
your lunch.
All right, gentlemen.
China ate your lunch, Joe. And no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars, to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
None of that is true.
Let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't get
No,
$3.5 million?
Mr. President,
totally,
Mr. President, please.
Totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
he got $3.5 million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, it's an open discussion, please.
It's a fact.
Well, you have raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did Burisma pay him $183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr. President,
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr. President, let him answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally.
This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, people. See what I mean? Like, in my opinion, he wasn't presidential. He should have just been calm, cool, collected, high energy, different type of vibe. You know what I mean? I guess, the stress of doing the everyday duties as a president with 2020 happening and with the, impeachment, Washington, everything was going on. So I guess, can't really tell.
Thoroughly discredited.
By who? The media?
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our allies, by the World Bank, by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even the people who testified under oath.
So let me ask you this.
No, go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to you.
People
you got $3.5 million from Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd
honorably.
like to know who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list of the people who testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a good job.
Some people don't do a good job. With you,
go ahead. Wait a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me.
Hey, let me just say, Joe.
No. Mr. President.
$3.5 million, Joe.
That is simply.
Why did he deserve $3.5 million from Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's already.
My family lost a fortune by coming down and helping us with government.
And that's such a
Mr. President.
Every single one of them lost.
This is not about my family or his family. It's
Trump was definitely emotional. I guess he was hurt just based off of the fact that he went through so many adversaries, I would say. But he was too emotional when it came to this debate. And Biden was actually very, very sharp on topic. It wasn't delving into different situations. It was just way sharper. I ain't gonna cap now. He actually smoked Trump. But if Trump could just, if this is the thing with the new debate coming up on September 10th, he should turn down the heat and let Kamala speak, and then he should speak. But actually, when he should speak about policies and talk about the things that he's gonna do better, and instead of calling names, cutting people off like he did in 2016. 2016 was perfect. He shouldn't do what he's doing now in 2020 or what he did in 2020 in 2024 if he wants to win.
It's about your family, the American people. He doesn't, that's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need, you, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about here.
All right, that's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
Yeah, I ain't gonna cap now. He actually, you see what I mean? Like Biden is talking about you, even if, Americans watching it are gonna be like, oh, he's talking about me. You know what I mean? So Biden really aced this debate.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice President,
no. Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
He stood up.
No,
he stood up
the answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
that
don't get rid
is
of
absolutely
you know what, you're
not
stop.
true.
You're doing it.
You're going to
Not
have
true.
Gentlemen, I hate to raise my voice, but I see it seems to be, why should I be different than the two of you? So here's the deal.
Good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2.
This was a disaster of a debate. I ain't gonna cap.
2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
Well, that's
than he
all right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
does
than,
plenty.
no, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president has ever said anything like that.
It is who's
now,
sir.
Second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is the savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So, President Trump, you have.
This was a brutal one. And I got to give this one to Joe. I'm sorry. I got to give this one to Joe. Okay, so let's go. What? I don't even want to watch. Do we want to watch? Do we want to watch Hillary and Pence? Do we want to watch Hillary and... No, sorry. Do we want to watch Kamala and Pence? Actually, let's watch Kamala and Pence.
Driving hub of industry and innovation. Our great state.
Attracted because it is airborne. And they knew what was happening and they didn't tell you. Can you?
Over the past week, Johns Hopkins reports that 39 states have had more COVID cases.
Let's go listen to Kamala now. This is okay.
For businesses and schools and hotspots, a federal mandate to wear masks. You have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Thank you, Susan. Well, the American people have witnessed what is the greatest failure of any presidential administration in the history of our country.
Mm-hmm.
And here are the facts. 210,000 dead people in our country in just the last several months. Over 7 million people who have contracted this disease. 1 in 5 businesses closed.
I ain't gonna cap. Whoever does Penn's hair is straight up one of the best. His hair is dope.
We're looking at frontline workers who have been treated like sacrificial workers. We are looking at over 30 million people who in the last several months had to file for unemployment. And here's the thing.
Bro. What? Where is it? What is going on? Is Pence in a cubicle? Is Pence in a cubicle right now? Where is Pence right now? Is he in a cubicle, guys? Where is Pence right now?
On January 28th, the vice president and the president were informed about the nature of this pandemic. They were informed.
Man, they got us in 20. Man, they got us good. I ain't gonna.
That it's lethal in consequence, that it is airborne, that it will affect young people, and that it would be contracted because it is airborne. And they knew what was happening and they didn't tell you. Can you imagine if you knew on January 28th, as opposed to March 13th, what they knew, what you might have done to prepare? They knew and they covered it up. The president said it was a hoax. They minimized the seriousness of it. The president said, you're on one side of his ledger if you wear a mask, you're on the other side of his ledger if you don't. And in spite of all of that, today they still don't have a plan. They still don't have a plan. Well, Joe Biden does. And our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be free for all. That is the plan that Joe Biden has and that I have, knowing that we have to get a hold of what has been going on, and we need to save our country. And Joe Biden is the best leader to do that. And frankly, this administration has forfeited their right to re-election based on this.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, more than 210,000 Americans.
For some reason, I feel like 2020 feels like 25 years ago because nobody even talking about it no more. And they were in cubicles?
Americans have died of COVID-19 since February. The U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population is higher than that of almost every other wealthy nation on earth. For instance, our death rate is 2.5 times that of Canada next door.
I feel like
You head the administration's coronavirus task force. Why is the U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population higher?
Biden opposed that decision. He said it was xenophobic and hysterical. But I can tell you, having led the White House coronavirus task force, that decision alone by President Trump bought us invaluable time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. And I believe it saved hundreds of thousands of American lives. Because with that time, we were able to reinvent testing. More than 115 million tests have been done to date. We were able to see to the delivery of billions of supplies so our doctors and nurses had the resource and support they needed. And we began really before the month of February was out to develop a vaccine and to develop medicines and therapeutics that have been saving lives all along the way. And under President Trump's leadership, Operation Warp Speed, we believe we'll have literally tens of millions of doses of a vaccine before the end of this year. The reality is, when you look at the Biden plan, it reads an awful lot like what President...
And then we'll give the Vice President a chance to
So I want to ask the American people, how calm were you when you were panicked about where you're going to get your next roll of toilet paper? How calm were you when your kids were sent home from school and you didn't know when they could go back? How calm were you when your children couldn't see your parents because you were afraid they could kill them?
Let's give Vice President Pence a chance to respond. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute to respond.
You know, there's not a day gone by that I haven't thought of every American family that's lost a loved one. And I want all of you to know that you'll always be in our hearts and in our prayers. But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice to the sacrifices the American people have made. The reality, if I may finish, Senator, the reality is Dr. Fauci said everything that he told the president in the...
I want to hear more of Kamala. I don't really want to hear too much about...
Take it. I'll be the first in line to take it. Absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Vice President Pence, there have been a lot of...
Yeah, I feel like that's what actually won. That's what won her that particular debate. When she said she's not taking it, he actually helped her.
You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So let me tell you, first of all, the day I got the call from Joe Biden, it was actually a Zoom call, asking me to serve with him on this ticket was probably one of the most memorable days of my life. I thought about my mother, who came to the United States at the age of 19, gave birth to me at the age of 25 at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California. And the thought that I'd be sitting here right now, I know would make her proud, and she must be looking down on this. Joe and I were raised in a very similar way. We were raised with values that are about hard work, about the value and the dignity of public service, and about the importance of fighting for the dignity of all people. And I think Joe asked me to serve with him because, I have a career that included being elected the first woman district attorney of San Francisco, where I created models of innovation for law enforcement in terms of reform of the criminal justice system. I was elected the first woman of color and Black woman to be elected Attorney General of the state of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice. And there I took on everything from transnational criminal organizations to the big banks that were taking advantage of homeowners, to for-profit colleges that were taking advantage of veterans. And then, of course, now I serve in the United States Senate as only the second Black woman ever elected to the United States Senate. I serve on the Senate Intelligence Committee, where I've been in regular receipt of classified information about. There I took on everything from transnational criminal organizations to the big banks that were taking advantage of homeowners, to for-profit colleges that were taking advantage of veterans. And then, of course, now I serve in the United States Senate as only the second Black woman ever elected to the United States Senate. I serve on the Senate Intelligence.
Well, she said you guys talking about she's not, but she said she's Black here, though. She said she's Black here, though. She said it, though.
Committee, where I've been in regular receipt of classified information about threats to our nation and hotspots around the world. I've traveled the world. I've met with our soldiers in war zones. And I think Joe has asked me to serve with him because he knows that we share a purpose, which is about lifting up the American people. And after the 4 years that we have seen of Donald Trump unifying our country around our common values and principles.
Thank you, Senator Harris.
I want to hear more of her. I don't really want to hear
that new spending by
difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who measures the strength of the economy based on how rich people are doing, which is why he passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America, leading to a $2 trillion deficit that the American people are going to have to pay for. On day one, Joe Biden will repeal that tax bill. He'll get rid of it. And what he'll do with the money is invest it in the American people. And through a plan that is about investing in infrastructure, something that Donald Trump said he would do. I remember hearing about some infrastructure week. I don't think it ever happened. But Joe Biden will do that. He'll invest in infrastructure. It's about upgrading our roads and bridges, but also investing in clean energy and renewable energy.
I feel like everybody talks about, I don't want, there's some things you got to be very careful what you say, especially when you're reacting to these types of videos. There's some things, I feel like there's some things no politician should be saying again. It's like, don't even say it anymore. Just say something else, because you've been saying this for the past 20 years. Like, you want to build bridges? What? You want to build bridges? Man.
Money in what we need to do around innovation. There was a time when our country believed in science and invested in research and development so that we were an innovation leader on the globe. Joe Biden will use that money to invest in education. So, for example, for folks who want to go to a 2-year community college, it will be free. If you come from a family that makes less than $125,000, you'll go to a public university for free. And across the board, we'll make sure that if you have student loans.
But why? How come inflation is gouging right now? That's what I want to know. What I want to know is, what happened?
On debt, it's cut by $10,000. That's how Joe Biden thinks about the economy, which is it's about investing in the people of our country, as opposed to passing a tax bill, which had the benefit of letting American corporations go offshore to do their business.
Thank you,
You're
Senator
welcome.
Harris. Vice President Pence, your administration is
I feel like this, I don't really want to play anything that this could be a controversial situation, especially like, let's go. Okay, this is Biden.
Good evening from Belmont University.
No, let's watch. Let's watch. Let's
do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly
inside politics and
discretion.
When it's time for a candidate to speak, his microphone will be turned on. Act with campaign staff.
great to be here. Thank you.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States.
Okay, this happened last month or 2 months ago. This is, nothing like We're just like I mentioned, the topic of this stream is called Trump may be the ultimate warrior. So is Trump the ultimate warrior? We're just taking a look at Trump's climb or rise from 2016 to 2024. So here goes another one.
States, Donald Trump. Gentlemen, thanks so much for being here. Let's begin the debate, and let's start with the issue that voters consistently say is their top concern, the economy. President Biden, inflation has slowed, but prices remain high. Since you took office, the price of essentials has increased. For example, a basket of groceries that cost $100 then now costs more than $120. And typical home prices have jumped more than 30%. What do you say to voters who feel they are worse off under your presidency than they were under President Trump?
We got to take a look at what I was left when I became president, what Mr. Trump left me. We had an economy that was in free fall.
Wow. This is a different Joe. I ain't gonna cut. This is a different Joe from what we just watched in 2020. This is definitely a different one. Like, wow. Man, it's not easy being the president of the United States. I ain't gonna lie, man.
The pandemic was so badly handled. Many people were dying. All he said was, it's not that serious. Just inject a little bleach into your arm. You'll be all right. The economy collapsed. There were no jobs. Unemployment rate rose to 15%. It was terrible. And so what we had to do is try to put things back together again. And that's exactly what we began to do. We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out a position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But there's more to be done. There's more to be done. Working class people are still in trouble. I come from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I come of a household where the kitchen table, if the things weren't able to be met during the month, it was a problem. The price of eggs, the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of a whole range of things. That's why I'm working so hard to make sure I deal with those problems. And we're going to make sure that we reduce the price of housing. We're going to make sure we build 2 million new units. We're going to make sure we cap rents so corporate greed can't take over. The combination that I was left with in corporate greed is the reason why we're in this problem right now. In addition to that, we're in a situation where if you take a look at all that was done in his administration, he didn't do much at all. By the time he left, things were in chaos, literally chaos. And so we put things back together. We created, I said, those jobs. We make sure we had a situation where we brought down the price of prescription drugs, which is a major issue for many people, to $15 for an insulin shot as opposed to $400. No senior has to pay more than $200 for any drug, all the drugs they can include beginning next year. In a situation and we're going to make that available to everybody, to all Americans. So we're working to bring down the price around the kitchen table, and that's what we're going to get done.
Thank you, President Trump.
I mean, I didn't even understand it. What? What? I don't understand what just happened.
We have the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars and so many other things. Everything was rocking good. But the thing we never got the credit for, and we should have, is getting us out of that COVID mess. He created mandates that was a disaster for our country. But other than that, we had given them back a country where the stock market actually was higher than pre-COVID, and nobody thought that was even possible. The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce back jobs, a bounce back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country. It is absolutely killing us.
Thank you. President Biden?
Well, look, the greatest economy in the world. He's the only one who thinks that, I think. I don't know anybody else who thinks he had the greatest economy in the world. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that we found ourselves in a situation where his economy, he rewarded the wealthy. He had the largest tax cut in American history, $2 trillion. He raised a deficit larger than any president has in any one term. He's the only president other than Herbert Hoover who's had lost.
And people actually watched this right here and said, you know, OG Joe was actually, you know, doing wonderful. Before he was replaced, people were like, oh, this is the best. Like, as long as he's not Trump, we're going to. What?
More jobs than he had when he began, since Herbert Hoover. The idea that he did something that was significant. And the military, you know, when he was president, they were still killing people in Afghanistan. He didn't do anything about that. When he was president, we were still finding ourselves in a position where you had a notion that we were this safe country. The truth is, I'm the only president this century that doesn't have any, this decade, that doesn't have any troops dying anywhere in the world like he did.
President Trump, I want to follow up if I can.
Am I allowed to respond to him?
Well, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. You can do whatever you want with the minute that we give you. I want to follow up. You want to impose a 10% tariff on all goods coming into the U.S. How will you ensure that that doesn't drive prices even higher?
It's not going to drive them higher. It's just going to cost countries that have been ripping us off for years, like China and many others, in all fairness to China. It's going to just force them to pay us a lot of money, reduce our deficit tremendously, and give us a lot of power for other things. But he made a statement. The only thing he was right about is I gave you the largest tax cut in history. I also gave you the largest regulation cut in history. That's why we had all the jobs. And the jobs went down and then they bounced back. And he's taking credit for bounce back jobs. You can't do that. He also said he inherited 9% inflation. Now, he inherited almost no inflation, and it stayed that way for 14 months. And then it blew up under his leadership because they spent money like a bunch of people that didn't know what they were doing. And they don't know what they were doing. It was the worst, probably the worst administration in history. There's never been. And as far as Afghanistan is concerned, I was getting out of Afghanistan, but we were getting out with dignity, with strength, with power. He got out. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country's life.
President Trump, over the last 8 years, under both of your administrations, the national debt soared to record highs. And according to a new nonpartisan analysis, President Trump, your administration approved $8.4 trillion in new debt, while so far, President Biden, you've approved $4.3 trillion in new debt. So, former President Trump, many of the tax cuts that you signed into law are set to expire next year. You want to extend them and go even further, you say. With the U.S. facing trillion-dollar deficits and record debt, why should top earners and corporations pay even less in taxes than they do now?
Because the tax cuts spurred the greatest economy that we've ever seen just prior to COVID. And even after COVID, it was so strong that we were able to get through COVID much better than just about any other country. But we spurred, that tax spurred. Now, when we cut the taxes, as an example, the corporate tax was cut down to 21% from 39%, plus beyond that. We took in more revenue with much less tax, and companies were bringing back trillions of dollars back into our country. The country was going like never before, and we were ready to start paying down debt. We were ready to start using the liquid gold right under our feet, the oil and gas right under our feet. We were going to have something that nobody else has had. We got hit with COVID. We did a lot to fix it. I gave him an unbelievable situation with all of the therapeutics and all of the things that we came up with. We gave him something great. Remember, more people died under his administration, even though we had largely fixed it. More people died under his administration.
Is that true or false? Can anybody confirm that? Is that true or false?
Than our administration, and we were right in the middle of it, something which a lot of people don't like to talk about. But he had far more people dying in his administration. He did the mandate, which is a disaster, mandating it. The vaccine went out. He did a mandate on the vaccine, which is the thing that people most objected to about the vaccine. And he did a very poor job, just a very poor job. And I will tell you, not only poor there, but throughout the entire world, we're no longer respected as a country. They don't respect our leadership. They don't respect the United States anymore. We're like a third world nation between weaponization of his election, trying to go after his political opponent, all of the things he's done. We've become like a third world nation, and it's a shame. The damage he's done to our country, and I'd love to ask him, and will, why he allowed millions of people to come in here from prisons, jails, and mental institutions to come into our country and destroy our country.
President Trump, we will get to immigration later in this block. President Biden, I want to give you an opportunity to respond to this question about the national debt.
He had the largest national debt of any president in a 4-year period, number one.
Man, one thing we got to acknowledge is being the president may be a very, very hard job, because for some reason they get exhausted when they come back out. He's talking like he's exhausted. If you really listen to him, man, this is one of the hardest jobs in the world.
Number two, that $2 trillion tax cut benefited the very wealthy. What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Man, I don't know what to say, man. That was the moment that said, yo, we need another candidate. Okay. Cause D right here can't happen. That was brutal. Sorry. So sorry. That was very brutal. That was absolutely brutal. Jesus.
Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people coming in, they're trying to put them on Social Security. He will wipe out Social Security. He will wipe out Medicare. So he was right in the way he finished that sentence. And it's a shame. What's happened to our country in the last 4 years is not to be believed. Foreign countries, I'm friends with a lot of people, they cannot believe what happened to the United States of America. We're no longer respected. They don't like us. We give them everything they want, and they think we're stupid. They think we're very stupid people. What we're doing for other countries, and they do nothing for us. What this man has done is absolutely criminal.
Thank you, President Trump. Dana?
This is the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. This morning, the court ruled on yet another abortion case, temporarily allowing emergency abortions to continue in Idaho, despite that state's restrictive ban. Former President Trump, you take credit for the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, which returned the issue of abortion to the states.
Correct.
However, the federal government still plays a role in whether or not women have access to abortion pills. They're used in about 2/3 of all abortions. As president, would you block abortion medication?
First of all, the Supreme Court just approved the abortion pill, and I agree with their decision to have done that, and I will not block it. And if you look at this whole question that you're asking, complex, but not really complex. 51 years ago, you had Roe v. Wade, and everybody wanted to get it back to the states. Everybody, without exception. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody wanted it back. Religious leaders. And what I did is I put 3 great Supreme Court justices on the court, and they happened to vote in favor of killing Roe v. Wade and moving it back to the states. This is something that everybody wanted. Now, 10 years ago or so, they started talking about how many weeks and how many this, getting into other things. But every legal scholar throughout the world, the most respected, wanted it brought back to the states. I did that. Now the states are working it out. If you look at Ohio, it was a decision that was an end result that was a little bit more liberal than you would have thought. Kansas, I would say the same thing. Texas is different. Florida is different. But they're all making their own decisions right now. And right now, the states control it. That's the vote of the people. Like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions. I am a person that believes. And frankly, I think it's important to believe in the exceptions. Some people, you have to follow your heart. Some people don't believe in that. But I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and the life of the mother. I think it's very important. Some people don't. Follow your heart. But you have to get elected also. And because that has to do with other things. You got to get elected. The problem they have is they're radical because they will take the life of a child.
This is definitely, I would say this is top-notch performance by Trump. Absolutely top-notch performance by Trump.
The fact is that the vast majority of constitutional scholars supported Roe when it was decided. Supported Roe. And that's this idea that they're all against it is just ridiculous. And this is the guy who says the state should be able to have it. We're in a state where in 6 weeks, you don't even know whether you're pregnant or not, but you cannot see a doctor, and have him decide on what your circumstances are, whether you need help. The idea that states are able to do this is a little like saying we're going to turn civil rights back to the states, let each state have a different rule. Look, there's so many young women who have been, including a young woman who just was murdered, and he went to the funeral. The idea that she was murdered by an immigrant coming in, they talk about that. But here's the deal: there's a lot of young women who are being raped by their in-laws, by their spouses, brothers and sisters. It's just ridiculous, and they can do nothing about it. And they try to arrest them when they cross state lines.
Thank you.
There have been many young women murdered by the same people he allows to come across our border. We have a border that's the most dangerous place anywhere in the world, considered the most dangerous place anywhere in the world. And he opened it up, and these killers are coming into our country, and they are raping and killing women. And it's a terrible thing. As far as the abortion is concerned, it is now back with the states. The states are voting. In many cases, it's frankly a very liberal decision. In many cases, it's the opposite. But they're voting, and it's bringing it back to the vote of the people, which is what everybody wanted, including the founders, if they knew about this issue, which frankly they didn't. But they would have. Everybody wanted it brought back. Ronald Reagan wanted it brought back. He wasn't able to get it.
What's her name? Songs by Maggie. First of all, Songs by Maggie. How old are you? She says we want to be free. What does that mean? You want to be free. What does that mean? What does that mean? You want to be free? And can you elaborate?
To a pregnancy, a woman can obtain an abortion. Do you support any legal limits on how late a woman should be able to terminate a pregnancy?
I supported Roe v. Wade, which had 3 trimesters. The first time is between the woman and the doctor. Second time is between the doctor and an extreme situation. The third time is between the doctor, between the woman and the state. The idea that the politicians, that the founders wanted the politicians.
I don't even think I could watch. This is hard to watch based on knowing that currently, as we actually watch this is the president of the United States. he is currently the president of the United States. It's very hard to watch. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm sorry. I respect the president of the United States. I respect Joe Biden. I respect Donald Trump, but this is really hard to watch. Just watching, Joe is really hard to watch Joe in this, so I'm not gonna watch that. Let's go see what's going on Fox right now. Information about this forcing me to be vaccinated. All right, let's go see what's going on with John Bryce. Let's go see.
Now, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, the 2024 Republican vice presidential candidate, running mate of Donald Trump. Senator, it's great to see you. When you look back on this, I mean, they destroyed Biden's career. They pushed him out of the race. They used the media to whip up the propaganda to try to demoralize Trump supporters. And at the end of all this, Senator, your campaign is up 1 point nationally in the Fox News poll that was just released. Pew has you down by 1 point. But what does this tell you about all the good vibes of the Harris-Walz ticket tonight?
Well, I think it's good vibes generated by the media, Laura, but nobody actually believes it because everybody can look at their checking account. Everybody can look at the price of groceries, the price of rent, and they recognize that Kamala Harris's policies, certainly on the economy, but on the border as well, have completely failed. And the American people are actually smart, and the media and the Democrats give them no credit for this, but they think that they can somehow run a campaign purely on vibes. Kamala Harris says in her rallies, Laura, that she's going to reduce inflation starting on day one. Well, day one, Laura, was 3.5 years ago. Her policies are what caused the inflation crisis. And the American people, I think, are just too smart to buy this garbage. It's why we continue to win this race. And look, we're going to run through the finish line, Laura. We're going to need every single vote that we can get. But I'm as confident today as when I joined the ticket that we're going to win this race.
Now, Senator, tonight, Walz agreed to a vice presidential debate on CBS, and he wrote on X, "See you on October 1st, JD." Senator, are you in?
Look, Laura, we're certainly going to debate Tim Walz. We just heard about this thing 3 hours ago, so we're going to talk to them and figure out when we can debate. I actually think we should do more than one debate, so hopefully we're going to see him on October 1st, but hopefully we're going to see him either before or after that, because I think it's important for the American people to actually see us discuss our views. If you look at the way that we've run this campaign, Laura, Donald Trump and I are giving every media interview. We're talking to every audience that we can get in front of because our vision is so clear. We don't think that Americans who work hard and play by the rules should struggle to afford groceries. We don't think our children should be killed by fentanyl, and we have a vision for how to implement public policies that are going to secure that border, cut down on the drugs, and bring the cost of everything from groceries to housing down to
Questions. This is for people who pay bills. If you don't pay bills, don't answer, okay? Because this ain't for you. If you pay bills, okay? This is for people who pay bills. This question is for people who pay bills. I ain't talking to kids, children. I ain't talking to the children in their feelings and emotions and all that stuff. I'm talking to the ones who pay bills. Now, if you pay bills, is this a better economy for you, or 2019, 2020 was a better economy for you? If you buy groceries, if you buy gas, is this a better economy for you? Or 2019? Blue is a single mom. She says it's worse for her. Sorry, the way I would have my response didn't communicate. Maggie probably doesn't pay bills. Absolutely not to do any idea what costs for. 2016, 2019, balling. Yo say, I'm with you, bro. 2016 to 2019, balling, bro. I was balling. 2016, as a matter of fact, I balled more in 2020, bro. 2020 was my peak of balling, bro. 2020 was like the peak of my balling. I ain't gonna cap. In 2020, that was my height. I was balling uncontrollable, bro. I ain't gonna cap. 2020 was the peak of my balling stage. I was 2018, 2019, I was chilling, traveling. My girl and I were traveling to New York, having fun. But 2020, bro, I was here. Chilling. Top of my game, bro. I ain't gonna cap. 2020 was the king of it all. You know what I mean? Like 2020 was like I was on top of it all. Man. You know what I mean? And people will say, was it because of the check? You're getting check? No. I didn't file for, what's that stuff? Unemployment. I didn't do that. I only got one check, which was the same check everybody got once. And the gas prices was so low. Grocery prices was low. Everything was like, I was working hard like 12 hours a day every single day, 7 days a week, sometimes 8 hours a day, but I was working 7 days a week. But I was good. Prices were low. I was saving up to buy a house. I was like, in 2021, I'm gonna wait for 2021. Of course, the mortgage rate in 2020 was like 2% plus. I was like, okay, by the time I save up some money, I'm gonna buy a house in 2021, 2022. And then for some reason the interest rate went up, the mortgage rate went up. I'm like, man.
Reasonable levels. Because we have that vision, we're going to go anywhere and talk to anybody. It's a shame that the Kamala Harris-Tim Walz campaign seems to run, not just from the media, but from voters. And I think that, again, the American people see right through it.
Well, Senator, is there any doubt that you will not be there on October 1st to debate Walz?
Look, Laura, we want to actually look at the debates, look at the moderators, talk about the rules a little bit. CBS reached out to us about this literally 3 hours ago. I was landing from a rally and a press conference in Michigan. I strongly suspect we're going to be there on October the 1st, but we're not going to do one of these fake debates, Laura, where they don't actually have an audience there, where they don't actually set the parameters in the right way, where you can have a good exchange of ideas. In other words, we're not going to walk into a fake news media garbage debate. We're going to do a real debate, and if CBS agrees to it, then certainly we'll do it.
What's it like to work with President Trump? Because we're hearing from all the usual suspects that he's in a bad mood, he's snapping at everyone, he's this and that. But tonight I want to give you the chance to just tell everyone, now that you've had some time to work with President Trump, what's it been like?
It's so weird, Laura, to hear the media reports and to see what they say about him and to actually talk to him every day, sometimes multiple times per day. He's in a great mood. I mean, he just got shot a month ago.
How to Honey says, Genesis, well, she calls me Jen. She says, Jen, down here, people are being priced out of their homes by insurance and mortgage increases on top of household costs. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. This is just, it's hard, man. It is hard out here, bro. It is hard out here, my dog. I mean, we're not going to lie and say, we're all having a good time right now. This isn't about the stimulus check or whatever. This is real life going on. If you buy gas, if you have a car, do you buy gas? You know what I mean? Insurance is high. you know. And I drive an old car. I don't even drive like a new car. I drive a Toyota Corolla, like 22, I think 07, 08 Corolla. And my insurance is still high because I had to pay. I wanted to buy a car that was cash. I don't want to like go to, the dealership. So I saved up some money and we bought a car. The insurance is still high. Electric bill is high too. So what the hell are we doing? And this is the thing. Maggie, songs by Maggie. How old are you? How old are you? Songs by Maggie. She says Kamala doesn't perpetuate hate speech against women and immigrants. Man, if you pay bills, you don't care about none of that. She's charismatic. You don't pay bills. You don't pay bills. You don't pay bills. She's charismatic. She's gorgeous. We're talking about being the president of the United States. You're talking about she's gorgeous? We're talking about being the president of the United States. You're talking about she's gorgeous. So, wait, she's gorgeous? We're not talking about, we're doing a modeling show or we're trying to act a movie. This is policies that will affect people that work 12 hours a day.
Ago, of course, and you wouldn't know it seeing or talking to the guy, but I think he feels extremely confident about how we're doing in the election. I think he's very excited about getting to work and solving the problems for the American people, but he's just having a good time. He's laughing, he's telling jokes, he calls people and just wants to, shoot the breeze and understand what's happening in the country because he knows that's an important part of becoming a good leader and doing a good job for the American people. He's in a great mindset, and it's such a dishonest piece of garbage that the media says that he's somehow frustrated or upset. He knows he's going to win this race, Laura, but most importantly, he knows he's going to be able to be a very good president for the American people one more time.
Now, this story about the manipulation of headlines via Google from the Harris campaign, people say, well, it's technically not disallowed. There's no real problem with it. I mean, it's been done before, but it's injecting pro-Harris spin into a lot of these ads. Senator, I think it seems like an effort to obviously help her.
This is for you guys that are saying he inspires. For y'all talking with your emotions and feelings and all that stuff, saying, I don't like the way he talks. I don't like the way he talks. I don't like the way he talks. This is it. First of all, like I mentioned, if you don't pay bills, don't talk. Okay. Don't be in the chat. Nothing. Okay. Because you don't pay bills. Now, for the ones that pay bills and they're still saying, I don't like the way he talks. And for the ones that still say, well, Genesis, you're black, you should not be voting for Trump. I wake up like this every day. Okay. This doesn't pay my bills. This doesn't feed my 4-year-old daughter. My daughter looks like me. She's a little lighter than I am, but she is this. Okay. This doesn't pay my bills. This doesn't pay my, feed my wife, my daughter. This doesn't add anything to me. This is how I was born. This is who I am. But this doesn't pay my bills. This doesn't feed my daughter. None of that. Okay. So nobody cares about your feelings. Grow up or go home. If you can wake up and actually realize that nobody cares about your feelings or your emotions. Who cares, bro? Because this doesn't pay our bills. This doesn't feed our children. Okay. I don't like the way he talks. Who cares about the way he talks? How was the economy, bro? talking BS. I don't like the way he talks. You shouldn't be on Twitter talking like that. Come on, that's not presidential. But there was no war in Ukraine, though. You weren't sending billions of munitions to Ukraine. Children weren't dying in Ukraine, were they?
They're obviously worried about their internal polls. That's obvious to me tonight. But this is a sign of, to me, not strength, but real desperation on their part that this is what they have to do.
Well, that's exactly right, Laura. And by the way, I talked to a number of people behind the scenes. I don't think the Kamala Harris campaign is especially excited about where they are. They don't nowhere near the optimism that we have on the Trump campaign. But look, Google is doing election interference. And it's not just Google, by the way, Laura. If you go on X or any of the social media platforms, you'll see the Washington Post paying for advertisements for stories that attack me and attack Donald J. Trump. That's not the activity of a media organization. That's the activity of a super PAC. And I hope the FEC looks into it. Same thing with Google and all these big tech companies, Laura. We know that we are playing in a broken, fundamentally unfair game, but we also know that we're doing this for the American people. So they're going to throw everything at us. We're not going to complain about it. We're going to plow ahead, do our job, and remind people Donald J. Trump delivered peace across the world. He delivered prosperity and rising wages here at home. Give him another chance. He's going to do the exact same thing one more time.
Oh, you ain't got to tell me that twice. You ain't got to tell me that twice. The economy was definitely booming for sure. Yeah. You ain't going to tell me that twice, bro. You ain't even got to say nothing. You ain't got to sell me on nothing because I've seen the thing about when I see kids talk about stuff is like, okay, I get it. You don't know. When you grow up and you realize things for yourself, it's like we put a poll up here, right? We put a poll up here, and we have 3,345 votes. And 28% is for Kamala and 72% is for Trump. And the question was, who will be better for the economy / inflation? Music Deep says you're not even grown. Oh, really? And I've been married for almost 7 years. And I got a beautiful daughter that made this for me on Father's Day. But I'm not grown. Okay, I'm not grown, I guess. I guess I'm not grown. I'm not grown, am I? I'm not grown, am I? I'm not grown. I'm not grown. All right. I'm not grown, but I take care of my wife. I take care of my daughter. I pay the bills. But that doesn't make you grown, though. You know what makes you grown? Responsibility doesn't make you grown. If responsibilities doesn't make you grown, what else makes you grown? What makes you grown? What is the definition of grown? In my opinion, for a man, the only way you can say you're grown is if you have responsibilities. If you don't have responsibilities, you are not grown. If you don't have responsibilities, you don't know anything about being grown. If you don't have responsibilities, you do not know anything about being grown. If you are not in charge of someone else's safety, if you're not in charge of somebody else eating, if you're not providing and protecting as a man, if you don't provide and if you don't protect your family, you are not grown. And for the children asking why I'm wearing glasses, I have 2 lights here bright on my face, but you don't create content, so you don't know. But yes, listen, young man, the only person who can answer that is the wife.
Now, Team Kamala, Senator, is still refusing to commit her to doing any press conferences. Check this out.
Would it kill you guys to have a press conference? Why hasn't she had a press conference?
Listen, the Vice President and Governor Walz have been busy crisscrossing this country. She said last week, we're going to be having a sit-down interview here before the end of the month.
Senator, that's weeks away. Weeks away.
Look, Laura, if she can't face a media that's fundamentally biased and friendly to her, how is she ever going to sit in a room with Vladimir?
I do. It's like when you see people say things on, it's like, so because I look like this, I should vote for Kamala. It's like, I've met people that say, you know what? I don't really know too much about Kamala, but one thing I do know is she's Black, and I'm gonna vote for her. This is the thing. Romeo's 86 TV. Let me click on this page. Let me go see who Romeo is. Let's go check on Romeo. Romeo. Okay, so obviously Romeo is a Black man like me. You know, Romeo's a Black man like me. And what does he talk about? Would you trade a Black man for a white woman? You know, everybody has their own beliefs and whatever. But like I mentioned, I'm not gonna vote for you just based on the fact that you're Black, or none of that concerns me, because my daughter is not gonna eat that. Okay, not like my daughter doesn't care if I'm Black or I'm white. My daughter does not care. Okay, she only cares about me providing and loving her and being a responsible father. That's all my daughter cares about. All right, so all of that, you white, you Black, BS, straight BS. Okay, nobody cares. And most people that talk about this are the people that don't have kids, or they have kids by like 4 different baby mamas and no wife. Okay, in this case, I'm married, I got a daughter, a responsible man right here. Okay, so, and I'm voting for Trump. If you don't like it, don't like it. I am voting for Trump because I like his policies. All right.
Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or any of the world leaders that you have to deal with as United States president. I think it's very revealing, Laura, of her character, that she's terrified of the media. She's terrified of taking tough questions. And people say, Laura, the critics say, well, it's because she's not that smart. And I actually disagree with that. I think it's because she knows that if her real views come out, the American people are never going to support a dangerous radical who opened the American southern border. And they don't want somebody who, as a prosecutor, did to San Francisco. They don't want that to happen to the entire country. So I think Kamala Harris is hiding from the media because she's hiding the truth from the American people, that she is a San Francisco radical. And if we give her a promotion.
And I'm not even like a Republican. I've said this so many times. I am not a Republican. I am not a Democrat. That's the thing. I'm not even a Republican. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I am an independent that was. So if you were trying to buy a house, right? If you're here and you're trying to buy a house, right? What was the mortgage rate in 2019, 2020? Romeo, this is for Romeo 86 TV. Y'all don't say nothing. Romeo 86 TV. I'm asking you, bro, because I see that you're a Black man like me, right? So Romeo 86 TV, what was the mortgage rate in 2019, 2020? Mortgage rate, that's what I'm asking you, Romeo 86 TV. What was the mortgage rate in 2019, 2020? Mortgage rate in 2019, 2020. This is for Romeo 86 TV. This is how we have a conversation, because we are adults, right? We have responsibilities. We have people to take care of, right? Romeo 86 TV, what was the mortgage rate in 2019, 2020? So Romeo 86 TV, everybody. Romeo 86, I'm going to pin my guy right here. My guy says, Romeo 86 TV says, mortgage rate in 2019-2020 was 2.8%. All right, Romeo 86 TV, same question. What is the current mortgage rate right now, 2024, today? Everybody, you see the pinned answer, right? And the guy that is a bad guy, he has Project 25 and all that stuff, right? He is the worst, he is a narcissist, whatever you want to say. During his term, the mortgage rate was under 2.8%, right? Same question, Romeo 86 TV. What is the current mortgage rate in this perfect economy? We're waiting for Romeo 86 TV. Let's wait for Romeo 86 TV to answer the question. Romeo, this is how you know Romeo needs to be educated. Romeo 86 TV says 3.8%. Where? First of all, probably Romeo bought a house a long time ago, or Romeo needs to be educated. Romeo says the current mortgage rate is 3.5%. Yeah, I ain't talking to you no more, my guy.
Motion of President of the United States, she'll just take the policies that turned San Francisco into a disaster nationwide. We're not going to let her. And as much as she hides from the media, she cannot hide from the American people on Election Day.
Senator, I want you to respond to this Axios piece that, again, I think bespoke real concern on the part of the Harris campaign about her radical views in the Biden record, that they're going to pivot away from Biden's record in key aspects and also these old positions, 4 years ago.
And this is for Suave Almighty. Suave Almighty said Gen accent. My name is Genesis, but the beautiful how-to calls me Jen, but my full name is Genesis. Suave Almighty says Gen accent is going to get him. I wasn't born in the United States. I moved here in 2017, December 30th. I became a citizen in 2022, December. And I got my United States passport in 2023, February. So I've been here since 2017, December. I came here through the airport. I was checked by Homeland Security. I went through USCIS. Okay, so I actually studied to become a United States citizen. I had to know the founding fathers. I had to know the Constitution. I had to come through Homeland Security. I didn't come through the border, the southern border. Okay. So I'm not the kind of person that you say, oh, if you're black, you can't. I'm from Nigeria. I'm like the full black, like Nigeria has the largest black people in the world. Like Nigeria is the largest black nation on earth. So I am like the real black guy. So like, there's nothing you can say that could actually touch me. Nothing you can say that can, like, y'all are softies compared to what I've gone through in Nigeria. So there's nothing you could type in your keyboard right now that can faze me. Because where I'm from, you guys are living the great life compared to where I came from. But comparing Trump to Biden, it is like, how? And then you want to now vote for someone who is under, like, I feel like Kamala looks at Biden like Biden is her role. It's like a mentor. Because Biden actually brought her out and said, yeah, I'm gonna step down for you. You feel me? It's like, I'm voting for Trump. I don't care what y'all talking about. I am voting for Trump. I don't care what y'all talking about, because I'm not an illegal immigrant. I am a legal immigrant that came from the airport through Homeland Security. I was checked, vetted. I went through USCIS. So it's like, there's nothing you can say. Like, You have absolutely nothing to stand on. I'm like the Joker, you're like the Batman. And the Batman was like trying to beat Joker, like, give me the location. And Joker was like, you have nothing to say. Like, you have nothing to say. And I have more history. I was born, all of my family was born in Nigeria. None of them have ever been to the United States. I am originally from Nigeria. I am now an American, but I was born in Nigeria. So I know where I'm from. Most Black people here don't even know where they're from. If you ask Romeo 86 TV now, where are you from? Like, if you don't your ancestral, what do you call it? Like your background and all that stuff, they don't even know where they're from. That's why they feel lost. I don't have identity crisis. I know what I am exactly. Okay. I don't have crisis of, what am I? No, I know exactly what I am. Okay. So I ain't about to be here telling y'all Kamala is Black, because I know I'm from the largest Black nation in the world. I ain't about to be arguing who is Black or who ain't Black. Okay. I'm voting for Trump. I don't give a damn what y'all talking about.
Position she had when she ran for president. What does this tell you, and is this going to work? The big pivot.
Well, it tells you, Laura, that they have actually ran the poll numbers, and they know that this is a complete disaster. The American people don't want to ban fracking. Kamala Harris endorsed that. They don't want to bankrupt Medicare by giving it to illegal immigrants. Kamala Harris endorsed that. They don't want to eliminate private insurance or have an open border. Kamala Harris endorsed all these things and campaigned.
And this is the thing I always tell people, like, you say Kamala Harris is going to, get the southern border safe and secure. It's like, but she's currently the vice president. What is going on? Why wouldn't she do it right now? Why does she want to wait till she wins the election?
And for them aggressively, they know that if the American people see their candidate, she's going to lose, Laura. So it's our job to remind people again of the contrast, that Kamala Harris was a disaster. Donald Trump delivered peace and prosperity. As much as they try to hide her away and run her out of a basement, the American people are smart. They're going to know the truth, and they're going to not reward Kamala Harris when it comes to the election in November.
JD, one of my Senator, excuse me, I still call you JD. Senator, one of my dear friends tonight said to me, well, all these suburban women, all they care about is abortion, and they don't understand that decision is with the states now. It's not banned.
No. Hell no. No. My first 2 green cards were under Trump. I just told you, I came in here in 2017, December. Trump was president. And I've always liked Trump. Like, I was in New York because I schooled in New York. I went to New York Film Academy. I'm a filmmaker. I create videos, music videos and stuff. So I was in New York, and people would always bash Trump. Like, they don't like Trump. Like, why don't you like Trump? And people were like, look at you. You are an immigrant. You don't have, I'm like, why are you guys bashing this man? I'm like, Romeo 86 says he's from Brooklyn. So I lived in Williamsburg. I don't know if you know Williamsburg. If you're from Brooklyn, you definitely know Williamsburg. So I was in Williamsburg. But before I moved to Williamsburg, I used to stay in Far Rockaway, Queens. Then I moved to Williamsburg because it was closer to my school, because I went to New York Film Academy. It was on Battery Street. So back here. And I'm like, why are you guys hating Trump? Okay. Why do y'all hate Trump? I'm like, listen to what he's talking about. People don't listen. People only watch the media that they have actually cut out things that he said. They cut out things that he has said. You actually don't listen to what he's saying in full. Why do you like to watch just clip of Trump's? You never watch the whole thing. And I got my green card very, very fast. My 2 years and my 10 years was so quick. Absolutely fast. Man, I like Trump. I don't care what y'all talking about. And I'm an immigrant.
And nationally, even if some people want it to be banned nationally, It's with the states. What do you say to suburban women out there who are marinating in this propaganda?
Well, first of all, I don't buy that, Laura. I think most suburban women care about the normal things that most Americans care about, right? They care about inflation. They care about the price of groceries. They care about public safety in the streets where their kids play. Look, as Donald Trump has said, he wants the American people at the state level to decide abortion policy. And you compare that to the Democrats who want to do nationalized, taxpayer-funded abortion up to the moment of birth. I think Donald Trump is actually trying to identify the reasonable compromise where he lets California figure out its abortion policy, Alabama and Ohio figure out their abortion policy. That is actually the common sense approach, and it's the approach that's most respectful of the American people. The Democrats are obsessed with late-term abortion and making sure taxpayers fund it. Obviously, Republicans disagree with that, but I think that Donald Trump has charted a very reasonable course for the American people. Let the American people decide this. The federal government, we're going to focus on securing that border and bringing down the cost of groceries and housing.
Now, you went to Yale Law School. You know how to make an argument. You got a 1-minute pitch in a break room. You're a worker somewhere. You like Trump and Vance, and you got.
Shout out to everybody watching the live show. I really appreciate you guys spending your time with me. You don't even have to be here, but you're here watching me, spending your time. We're going back and forth. This is what I like, having a conversation, a constructive conversation where we don't have to call each other names. We could be civil. We could be, mature, like adults. This is what it's all about, having a conversation regardless, Democrat, Republican. Like I mentioned, I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. I am an independent. I just happen to like Trump's policy. And for people saying, what are Trump's policies? Name one. Let's go to his Instagram right here. It's easy. Even though I could play you a rally right now, let's just go to his Instagram. Everybody uses Instagram, right? Maybe some of y'all just go on TMZ and Shade Room, but let's go on Instagram right now. And then where's the search? Search right here. This is Donald Trump, right? So this is Donald Trump's Instagram. Click on it. The fourth post. This is his policies, right? Plain and simple. You don't have to look for it. You don't have to search for it. It's right here. It's right here. It is right here. Romeo 86, can you read this? This is his Instagram page, right? Because this is how we communicate these days. Isn't this how we get information now? Because people are like, oh, you go on Instagram to get information. No, this is how we get information now. Like when you go on TMZ to get your information, when you go on Shade Room, when you go on all of this, when you go on CNN Instagram, don't you go on CNN Instagram? Don't you go on Fox News Instagram? You just get information. You see what I mean? Like, so it's like, read this. These are his policies. You don't have to search far and wide. Just read this. Read all of this, okay? Everybody has Instagram, okay? Read this. This is the 2024 GOP platform, Make America Great Again. Read this right here. Read this right here, okay? So let's try to get out of your feelings and emotions of how he talks and how he makes you feel. Well, like this is for men, okay? I'm not talking about if a woman says that, okay, fine, great. But if a man is saying, I don't like the way he talks, I don't like the way he talks, like a man says that, it's like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Why are you talking like that? You are a man. Your responsibility is to provide and protect. You shouldn't be getting in your feelings and emotions, okay? No matter what you say in the chat, no matter what you say to me face to face, I would never feel any type of way. But your actions, though, then we're going to have, some other situations. But if you're just talking to me, you like no matter what you say, bro, I'm gonna just brush it up because words don't do nothing to me. No matter what you say, whatever you say, it don't matter to me because it's words. But action matters to me because it is what it is. Actions. I don't care about your goddamn words. All right, let's listen to this. Where's the... Yeah, of course, this is me right here. You better know. Anyway, let's finish this right.
someone in California, someone from Massachusetts, and they're like, I don't like these guys. What's the 1 minute pitch to those people who are kind of independent but still somewhat skeptical?
Yeah, Laura, I think the 1 minute.
Now, do I think Kamala Harris is a smart, brave, intelligent, amazing woman? Absolutely. I think she is, because for you to rise to this level from being the Attorney General in California, now being the Vice President of the United States, it takes a lot of guts to do that. It takes a lot of work to get to this level as a Black woman. It takes a lot. I ain't gonna cap. It takes a lot to get there. Where she is now, it takes a lot for her to get there. You got to respect that. And I respect that. But the question now is, do you think she can stand in front of President Xi of China? Do you think she can stand in front of President Putin of Russia? And make those hard decisions?
Pitch is, first of all, don't believe the media lies about Donald Trump. Believe your own.
And Chris says she slept her way. No. We're not gonna push those types of narrative. I'm not in support of the fact that you say she slept her. Nah, I don't believe that. Because every time a woman gets to that level, this is like the narrative. She did her way to the top. I don't believe that. I really don't buy that. Because I already said she's brave, she's intelligent, she's smart. It takes a lot of work for her to get to a level like that. And I respect that. I'm not going to cap. Respect that. I respect that 100%. But do I think she can actually stand in front of President Xi and President Putin and make the hard decisions? I don't know, man. I ain't going to cap. I don't know.
Remembrance of the record and believe what actually happened when Donald Trump was president. We're not running in a vacuum here, Laura. This is not just campaign promises. This is about a proven record of leadership that Donald J. Trump delivered on. We had the fastest rising wages in the country in 40 years. We had a world that was at relative peace and calm. We had manufacturing that was coming back into our country as opposed to leaving our country. And we had an energy policy that both punished the bad guys overseas, but also rewarded American energy workers right here at home. Donald Trump's policies worked, and if you give him an opportunity to do it again, he's going to do even better the second time around. I think that pitch is what we have to take to the American people. Your life was better when Donald J. Trump.
If I was, yeah, definitely, JD, you said that. If I was the president of China right now, and very gorgeous, beautiful Kamala walked in front of me, I'm just gonna smile because, thank you for coming, Madam President. And that's it. I'm just telling you the facts. This is not, man, people don't even understand what's going on. You think this is, do you know how powerful these people are? Do you know how powerful these people are? Do you have an idea the kind of power these people hold? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you know what? Nobody wants to mess with Trump. This is one thing everybody can agree on. Though. Nobody wants to mess with Trump because they know he has a little bit of situation going up here. That's the kind of leader you want, where someone nobody can control. Nobody can actually, you can't influence him in a way that you can say, everybody wants to realize that, okay, look, this is what I said. I said, as soon as Trump wins the election, if he wins, which I hope he does, but if he wins the election, Ukraine and Russia would be settling themselves before he actually places his hand on the Bible. Ukraine will be calling Russia and say, look, for sure we ain't getting no billions of munitions. We know that for sure because Trump ain't going to get none of that. So, yo, Russia, what's up? And the Palestinian people and Israel would be calling themselves, like, Trump doesn't even need to do anything. Like, this is a fact. Like, Trump, we just have to say Trump has won the 2024 election. That's all we need to say. That's all the news have to put out, and that's all we need to say. And I bet you everything is peace, because nobody wants smoke. Nobody wants smoke with Trump, because everybody knows, look, we don't know what this guy can do. We don't know what he's capable of. So we don't want none of that. The media just needs to say Trump won the election. I promise you, Ukraine will immediately be at peace. Israel will bro. Like, everybody will be at peace. But anyway, man, I wish, let me see. I'm trying to see. Another thing is Kamala hasn't done any interviews. You know, why hasn't Kamala done any interviews? Why hasn't Kamala done any interviews? This is another thing. Like, she hasn't done any interviews. And then everybody, you say Kamala has, you say she has policies. Kamala, no tax on tips. So you say she has policies, right? You say she has policies, but why is she copying no tax on tips? Like I told you, you guys think I'm like, I actually respect Kamala. I think it's hard. It takes a lot of guts to get to where she's at right now. But why is she copying no tax on tips? You know? She's only been talking on, you know, rallies, and it's all scripted. She's not doing any interviews. Like, how is that even possible? No tax on tips. I'm trying to go to no tax on tips so y'all can see. No tax on tips. Let's see. So, well, tonight's stream was, the topic was, is Trump the ultimate warrior? I said Trump may be the ultimate warrior. But anyway, let's go see no tax on tips.
Hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called No Tax on Tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips. I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello.
We will continue our fight for work. And it is my promise to everyone here, when I am president, we will continue our fight for working families of America. Including to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
Yeah, we ain't there. Yeah, that ain't gonna fly. That right there ain't gonna fly. Like, if you say, you know, Kamala has policies, then why would she say no tax on tip when Trump has said no tax on tip? You feel me? Like, that's the thing. People, let me tell you something about, this is why I'm not a Republican. This is why I'm not a Democrat. Like, I just played you Trump and Joe's debate in 2020, and I told you straight up, I said Joe smoked Trump. straight up smoked Trump because Trump was too emotional. He was too in his feelings, and he kept talking. He kept cutting Joe off. I didn't support Trump. I'm just letting y'all know because I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I am an independent, so I'm allowed to say what I want on both sides, analyze, and give my own, perspective. I also feel like people that are like Democrats, they never like. If you say you're a Democrat and someone wants to be your president, wouldn't you ask, what are your policies? What are your policies? Wouldn't you ask? Wouldn't you say, okay, we've heard your policies on your campaign trail. Can you just go for interviews? Can you go do interviews on Fox or CNN or places like that? Like Trump went to the black journalists and they were drilling Trump. They were drilling Trump, knowing fully well that these people don't like him, and he still went there. This is why I respect Trump. I'm not even a Republican, but I respect Trump. When you can walk into the devil's house and say, it is what it is, do what you want to do. He went there and he still answered questions. But a typical Democrat would not even consider listening and say, they'll tell you, when I talk to people that are like Democrat, they'll say, I don't care if she does interview or not. I don't care. The Democrats will say, I don't care. I just want her the first black woman president. I don't care. They don't care about nothing. No common sense. It is just too wild. You can't even make this up. I promise you that. I promise you that. You can never make this up. I promise you. They don't even want to know. Like, they don't care. It's like, come on. I know you love her being the first black woman. I get it. I know you love her. Can you just try to be like logical and stop being in your feelings and actually see what she's saying, hear what she's saying? If my candidate, if I was a Democrat and my candidate came out here and say no tax on tip, and I actually know that, the other candidate has said that, so meaning my candidate doesn't even have any policy of their own, and they're not even doing press conferences. How is that even possible? And this person's supposed to stand in front of President Xi. You feel me? Like, man, yo, shoot, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't even know, man. I don't know. But anyway, you guys are the best for spending your time with me. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you so much. We have just crossed 5,000 subscribers. You guys are the best. You guys are absolutely the best. This is absolutely amazing. God bless you. That's all I can tell you, man. All I can tell you is God bless you. 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 And this is the thing. Like the guy that was here before, I was asking him. I said, "What is the current mortgage? What is the current mortgage rate?" And he couldn't even answer. He said 3-point-something%. He said 3.6 or 3.8%. Like what? These are the people that you are arguing with, Republicans. Because I'm not a Republican. I'm just telling Republicans, like Republicans, when you want to argue with someone or when you want to make a point, just ask them, what is the current mortgage rate? When they want to say, I don't care. I don't care. Ask them, say, what is the current mortgage rate right now? Ask them and say, okay, what is the current mortgage rate? That's the thing. That's all you need to say. Republicans, when you want to argue with Democrats, just ask the Democrats. Just say, okay, Democrat, what is the current mortgage rate? And they're going to be like, because they don't know. They're busy watching Megan Thee Stallion twerk. So they don't know things that they're supposed to know, things that affects their children, things that affect their family. They don't know. When you ask a typical person, like a typical average Democrat, they don't know these things. They are watching hip hop and they know all the word for word. They're never actually listening to the things that can change their family's life, things that would affect their children. They don't know. They don't know the more. I mean, who wouldn't want to know the mortgage rates if you have kids? Why wouldn't you want to know what the mortgage rate is? Like, isn't buying a home something that you're supposed to look forward to for your children? It's called generational wealth. Isn't that something you want to do in this lifetime? That you want to buy a house so your children can inherit that house, so you can pass it on to your kids, and you don't know the mortgage rate, and you're gonna be like, oh, I don't care. Oh my God, bro. You can never play with these people, bro. It's like you can never, ever, ever play with these people. Like, what? It's like you can never play with Wikileaks. You can just never, like, you cannot have a conversation with these people because they don't even want the best for themselves and their families. Because if you want the best for yourself and your family, you would actually care about buying a house for your family. You would actually start looking into things like that. What is the current interest rate on your credit cards right now? Because I know you got credit card debt. You ain't gonna lie to me that you don't have credit card debt. So what is the current interest rate on your credit card debt? You don't know. I don't care. Oh God. They don't care, bro. They don't care. As long as they're going yada 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 yada. They don't care, bro. I promise you. Oh God. Oh, they don't care. I'll tell you that much. They don't care. I'll tell you that much. One thing I do know is you better vote for policies rather than voting for this. Like I told you, this doesn't pay your bills. This doesn't feed your children. Okay? You guys are the best. Do you guys want to watch anything? If you want to watch anything, put it in the chat. We could react to that. What do you guys want to watch in the chat? What do you guys want to watch in the chat? What do you guys want to watch in the chat? Jude Smash is so funny. He says Genesis holding Trump's sack on his upper lip. Jude, you are so goddamn funny. Oh God. Jude is the funniest. This is like the funniest comment today. Jude is so funny. She said, like, I got big lips for sure. I know that for sure. I know that for sure. My wife always tells me that, but my wife likes it. But anyway, but that is like a funny comment. That is like one of the funniest comments I've seen today. But anyway, do you guys want to watch anything that we should react to right now? Do you want to watch anything right now? Do you want to react? Do you want to react to anything right now? Do you want to react to anything right now? Do you want us to watch a video that you want to react to? Oh, well, good out of 68 contract. Okay, so we could actually watch the. Give that a link up about. Okay, you watch yourself with the review. Tim Wall speech talking about peace out of shitty events. Tim Wall speech seeking the peace out of. I just read something. Oh, better. Okay, let's watch JD Vance on CNN, okay? And let's listen to the questions. So we could, so I've played this like 1,000 times.
Thank you so much.
Let's watch this right here. I've played this a lot. I've probably been playing this like every day. But let's just watch this and listen to the questions and tell me if this questions pertains to anybody's life, and if this question pertains to the economy, the border, the inflation. Just listen.
For doing this.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Senator.
Thank
so
you.
within a week of you being named on the VP ticket, the Democratic nominee changed. And you guys seem to be struggling a little bit with how to approach the new dynamic. How are you approaching your new opponent and the new ticket?
Yeah, well, I think it's pretty straightforward, actually. We're running against a set of policies that I think have failed the American people, and we're running to a set of policies, President Trump's 4 years in office, that I think really succeeded for the American people. And I think that what's different about it, and you're right, Dana, it is different, but what's different about it is that we're running against a different person who a lot of Americans just don't know. And so I think we have to remind people that President Trump delivered lower prices, lower inflation, a prosperous and peaceful world, and also a secure border. And Kamala Harris's policies have produced the exact opposite. Now, that was an easier case to make when Joe Biden was in there because people associate Joe Biden with the policies. But I think Kamala Harris clearly owns the policies of the Biden-Harris administration, especially when we consider the fact that, as we've all learned over the last few months, Joe Biden clearly isn't capable of doing the job. And so I think that drives home that Kamala Harris really has been the one calling the shots. I mean, how could she not? I think Joe Biden doesn't really know where he is.
Kamala Harris has been calling the shots.
Did he just say Joe doesn't know where he is? Also, another question is, who is actually in charge right now? Trev by the ton. Man, that name is just way longer than I thought. Okay, he says yes, and Harris is still avoiding questions like the plague.
Says who?
Well, I think she has to have been, right? Because if she's not calling the shots, Dana, then who is? And I do think it drives home something that's fundamentally dishonest about the way that Vice President Harris and also a lot of senior Democrats have approached this. If you remember, for months, even years, the argument was that Joe Biden was sharp, he could clearly do the job. And the minute that he performed poorly in that debate and he became political dead weight, you have Kamala Harris and everybody else trying to throw him overboard. But I think the more troubling question is, why did so many senior Democrats, including the vice president, cover for him? And if Joe Biden wasn't capable of doing the job, as even a lot of Democrats say now, was Kamala Harris in charge or was somebody else in charge? And that's a real issue.
There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard. But I want to move on to something that Governor Walz has called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird.
Sure.
And it is taken off. The New York Times reports that when Donald Trump was asked about it, he said, "Not me, they're talking about JD."
Well, certainly they've levied that charge against me more than anybody else, but I think that it drives home how they're trying to distract from their own policy failures. I mean, look, this is fundamentally schoolyard bully stuff. They can accuse me of whatever they want to accuse me of. As Harry S. Truman once said, if you can't take the heat, stay out of the kitchen. And I'm doing this because I think that me being vice president will help improve people's lives. So I accept their attacks, but I think that it is a little bit of projection, Dana. If you think about, just take a couple of days.
Songs by Maggie. I'm sure you make music because that's your name. Songs by Maggie. She says, what type of artist is Genesis? I make Afrobeat. I make music. I just love making music. I have 2 EPs you can check on Apple Music, Spotify, well, anywhere. Just type in Genesis, Madhouse. Listen to all of my songs. And I happen to have a family, and I happen to live in the United States, and I happen to be an American, and I happen to also like politics. So
days ago. Tim Walz gives this big speech. He's been announced as the VP nominee. And I remember when I had just been announced as the VP nominee, I gave my big speech and I saw my wife and I gave her a big hug and a kiss because I love my wife and I think that's what a normal person does. Tim Walz gave his wife a nice, firm Midwestern handshake and then tried to sort of awkwardly correct for it. So I think that what it is two people, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who aren't comfortable in their own skin because they aren't comfortable with their policy positions for the American people. And so they're name calling instead of actually telling the American people how they're going to make their lives better. I think that's weird, Dana, but look, they can call me whatever they want to.
You're saying Tim Walz doesn't have affection for his wife? I don't even understand that.
I said that he acted weird, which he did, on a national stage in front of his wife and in front of millions of Americans who presumably were watching at home. And I think that it's projection, Dana. Look, I think this election should be about who's going to solve the inflation crisis, who's going to make groceries and housing more affordable, who's going to secure that southern border. Kamala Harris's record is that she supported all the policies that made that problem worse, Dana. We're trying to say we're going to take the country in a different direction. I really think that it's important to point this out, Dana. Their entire campaign has not been about here's our policy for how we're going to make your life better, or here's what's wrong with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance's policies. We're going to name call and hope that you don't notice that we don't have an agenda. That is the entire Democrat approach to this election.
They have done both. They have both policies, and they are trying to define
Dana,
you as well.
If you go to Kamala Harris's campaign page right now, they.
So here's what I have observed, right? CNN is sort of for the Democrats and Fox is sort of for the Republicans. Can we agree on that fact? Can everybody agree on that? That CNN is sort of for the Democrats and then Fox is sort of for the Republicans. That's what I've noticed, at least. It's like when you watch Fox, they're talking about how great Trump is. And when you watch CNN, they're talking about how great Kamala is.
They still don't have a policy.
Well, let's talk about
policy positions
versus,
about what they're going to do. I think that's really insulting to Americans.
You started out talking about the policies in this interview, but you have been on the campaign trail questioning Tim Walz's military record. You say it was shameful that Governor Walz retired from the military before his unit deployed to Iraq. I want to read you something that Joe Eustace, who is a veteran, he served with Governor Walz, said. He said that's a lie. He said he was as good a soldier as you'll find. I'm not trying to defend him. I hope people don't think that. What I'm trying to do is defend someone who served his country. I'm not voting for him. I'll campaign against him, but I don't think it's fair to characterize his service the way they have. Governor Walz served 24 years. Sure. He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11, more than the country asked of him. Do you honor his service?
Well, of course, Dana, I honor his service. And I've never criticized what Tim Walz did when he was in the military. I criticized his retirement decision. And most importantly, Dana, I criticized his lying about his own record, okay? This is a guy who was captured on video saying, I carried a gun in war. He never went to war. This is a guy who's been captured on video. As other people say, he's an Afghanistan veteran. He's a veteran of a war, nodding along in agreement instead of saying, no, I did serve my country and I did it honorably, but I know.
Shout out to How To Honey. She says, Genesis, thanks for hosting. God bless you, How To Honey. God bless you.
Never went to a war zone. I'm not criticizing Tim Walz's service. I'm criticizing the fact that he lied about his service for political gain, Dana. Now, I served in the United States Marine Corps, and you know this. And look, there are a lot of things that I'm proud about. I've never lied about what I did or overstated it because it would be beneficial to me in an election. I think that's what Tim Walz did. That's what I was criticizing. And yes, I do think it's scandalous behavior.
You talked about one of the things that he said, weapons of war. He was talking in a campaign stop about, he was trying to talk about gun control. Sure. And he said, weapons of war, I carried in war.
Shout out to you. Good night. Good night. Good night. Thank you for spending your time with me. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for liking the live show. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. God bless you.
I will say that the Harris-Walz campaign did say that the governor misspoke there.
Sure.
Do you accept that?
He misspoke. Another word is that he lied about it, and he didn't correct the record for 15 years until he was put under political pressure because I called it out, Dana. Whatever you want to call it, a misspeaking or a lie, I think Tim Walz should have to correct the record. Now, you pointed out a soldier who defended his service. There have been a number of soldiers who served with Tim Walz who have criticized him on the exact same grounds that I have, because it's not right to misstate or to embellish what you've done, and I think that's what he did.
And on the question of when he left the National Guard, he filed his election paperwork February 10th, 2005. That was a month before the National Guard even announced that it was possible that they would deploy to Iraq, and it ended up being 2 months. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork.
But on CNN last night, Dana, one of the people who was actually in charge of him said they knew they were going to deploy to Iraq in February of 2004, fall of 2004. So he knew he was going to Iraq. He decided to quit, to retire, whatever word you want to use, because he wanted to run for Congress. He lied about that. He said that when he decided to retire, he did not know that he was going to Iraq. That is another untruth, as even his senior military officer said. So again, I'm not criticizing the service. I'm criticizing the dishonesty. Dishonesty spoken in favor.
This is another thing that I've said time and time again. The Republicans need to back off of talking about all of this type of stuff like color, records and stuff. Well, you could talk about records when it pertains to the economy, inflation and stuff like that. But don't be talking about stuff like this. Things like this just gets voters emotional in their feelings. Because people are going to say, well, he spent over 20 years in the military. Come on, you can't. And now they're going to be like, well, because of that, I'm going to vote for Coach Walz. So they need to turn down the heat on these types of conversation and then turn up the heat on the inflation, the border and stuff like that.
And for the purpose of political benefit. And I think that the most important thing here, Dana, is it goes to Kamala Harris's judgment. Tim Walz is ultimately going to be the vice president. Kamala Harris is in great health. I'm sure she's going to be president if she wins for 4 or maybe even 8 years. Why did Kamala Harris choose a person who has lied about their military service? I think that is a serious lapse in judgment. And I don't want to hear from a campaign spokesperson of Kamala Harris. I want to hear Kamala Harris herself address what I just said.
You know, I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you served with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years.
Dana, I'm not interested in the ad hominem. I've heard from a lot of veterans groups who criticize Tim Walz. The question is, he said he served in war and he didn't. That is a dishonesty. I couldn't care less what one or the other person says about it. I care about what the truth is. The truth is that Tim Walz didn't tell the truth. And importantly, Dana, this is about Kamala Harris's judgment. And I think that when you ask, why has Kamala Harris allowed the border to be wide open? Why has Kamala Harris supported policies that have promoted the increase in inflation? I think it goes to the heart of her judgment, and I think that that's what we should be talking about.
One last question. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He received a medical draft deferment for bone spurs to avoid serving in the Vietnam War, reportedly as a favor to his father. Do you find that shameful too?
I think that Donald Trump didn't serve in the military, but he didn't lie about it, Dana. I've known Donald Trump for a long time. He really honors our veterans. He honors me for my service. Donald Trump didn't lie about serving in the military. He didn't say that he went to Vietnam when he didn't. This is the problem. I don't criticize anybody, whether they served our country or not. I think it's honorable to serve, but obviously a lot of people have reasons for not serving. I criticize somebody for embellishing their record, for lying, saying, I went to war. Dana, do you think that it's a problem that he said, I went to war, but he didn't actually? That seems to be a problem to me.
Well, they've corrected that. Let's move on to...
They've corrected it by admitting that he lied.
Let's move on to another important issue to voters, and that is the issue of abortion. You wrote the foreword for...
So, please, can anybody tell me any question that pertains to the economy right here? Can anybody tell me the question that pertains to inflation, to the border, that she's asked? She keeps saying last question, and now it's, I don't even know.
Book by Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts of Project 2025. Project 2025, among many other things, calls for rolling back approval of the abortion drug mifepristone. Donald Trump told me during the debate that he would not block the drug. And on Thursday, when he was asked, he didn't rule it out. So which is it?
Well, look, Dana, first of all, Project 2025 is not affiliated with the Trump campaign. Kevin Roberts is a friend of mine, but I wouldn't say that he speaks for the president in the same way I wouldn't say that he speaks for me. Now, what Donald Trump has said is that he respects the Supreme Court's opinion on the mifepristone ruling.
But let me just stop you right there.
Please.
The Supreme Court, you're a lawyer, so you know this better than I.
Sure.
The Supreme Court, all they did was say that what came to them didn't have standing. So they let it stand. A real question, a substantive question, hasn't made it to the Supreme Court. So my question for you is whether or not a Trump-Vance administration would allow mifepristone to continue to be sent around the country.
Well, President Trump won the nomination of the Republican Party. He said it to you, and he said it repeatedly, that his goal is not to block mifepristone. It's to let states make the decision on abortion policy. Now, of course, that does mean, Dana, we have to be honest about this, that California might have less restrictive rules than Ohio, which might have less restrictive rules than Alabama. I think what President Trump is really trying to do on the abortion question is really admirable. And I wish the press was a little bit more honest about it. He's saying we've had a 50-year culture war over abortion, where unfortunately this issue has just divided the country, and he wants to provide some ground for us to come together, for states to make these decisions, for voters to make these decisions, and for us all to respect one another. That's all he's
on that
proposed.
issue. On
Please.
that issue, a few months ago, on the question, his position,
Yeah.
which you've adopted, is it is up to the states. I spoke to a woman named Kate Cox. She lives in Texas.
Sure.
She was 20 weeks pregnant. Her fetus was diagnosed with a disease called, it was a deadly genetic condition called trisomy 18. She said that carrying the pregnancy, she was told this by her doctors, to term, if the fetus even survived, would hurt her chances for having more children, which she and her husband desperately wanted. Why is not allowing her to end that pregnancy helpful or supportive of expanding families like you want it to be?
Well, first of all, Dana, my heart breaks for this woman. I don't know her personally. I've certainly heard the story, and our heart breaks for her. And we want people to have healthy, happy families. And it's extremely unfortunate that sometimes, medicine, the act of God, whatever happens, just doesn't work out. And what the president has said, I think, very clearly is that he is not trying to prevent women who have non-viable pregnancies from getting access to the medical care that they need.
But allowing the states to decide, a place like Texas, which has very strict laws now, doesn't allow a Kate Cox to end a pregnancy that is fatal and could potentially hurt her ability to have more kids.
But what President Trump has said is that we are going to let voters make these decisions. And again, Texas might have a view that President Trump disagrees with. They might have a view that President Trump agrees with, but you've got to let the voters make these decisions.
So you're comfortable with that law in Texas?
I'm not comfortable with anything, Dana, because I'm not passing judgment on what these laws should be. And you ask me my own personal view. I campaigned against an Ohio referendum, but I think that we have to let voters decide. And when they speak their mind, you have to be respectful. Agree or disagree with whatever voters decide, they're going to make these decisions.
Welcome back to State of the Union. Here's...
Yeah. Anyway, this is another thing I wanted to play for you guys. Did I send it to my DM? Actually, because I always send some situations to my DM. Let me see. All right. Did I send this to my DM? Let's watch. All right, so let's listen to this right here.
Like her, great representation. I feel like definitely it's amazing to have a woman vice president.
Pretty solid job.
Oh, I really like her. Great representation. I feel like definitely it's amazing to have a woman vice president.
Pretty solid job.
I really do agree with a lot of the policies she's been putting out, and I think she's a great vice president.
What policies specifically do you agree with?
I don't really know. Can you tell me some? Maybe I don't know what her policies are.
Can you name any specific accomplishments that you're super proud of?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of many of them.
I can't really, to be totally honest. What I really like is that she does kind of give the nation a positive face, being the first woman president.
No, not any specific ones particularly, no.
So what do you like about her?
Just
I think she's doing a good job. What specifically do you like about her? What do you think of her? Is she doing a good job in office?
Yeah, I think so. I really like her. Great representation. I feel like definitely it's amazing to have a woman vice president.
Pretty solid job.
I really do agree with a lot of the policies she's been putting out, and I think she's a great vice president.
What policies specifically do you agree with?
Can you tell me some? Maybe I don't know what her policies are.
Can you name any specific accomplishments that you're super proud of?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of many of them.
I can't really, to be totally honest. What I really like is that she does kind of give the nation a positive face, being the first woman president.
No, not any specific ones particularly, no.
So then what do you like about her?
Just I think she's doing a good job.
What specifically do you like about her? What do you think of her? Is she doing a good job in office?
Yeah, I think so. I really like.
So no, you don't know. Oh my God. They don't know. It just gives a great look. Man, God bless you guys for watching the live stream. You guys are the best. She's done a good job, but what I should done, I don't know. Buddha Bun says, "Look, I tried my best." So I just wanted to find one thing they did. Buddha was fine. It was looking for it, but it was trying to find out one thing they've done, but I couldn't find it, bro. But the Bun couldn't find it, bro. I promise you that. Let's go to CNN. Of course, CNN is gonna have. Let's do CNN a little bit.
As Vice President Harris appears to have momentum in polls, the former president has tried to paint her as a liberal extremist, often comparing Harris and her running mate to former presidential candidate Senator Bernie Sanders, suggesting their policies are even further left.
As she gives off this California, San Francisco vibe, he has this sort of Bernie Sanders in hunting gear vibe.
She was trying to position herself to the left of Bernie Sanders.
She was to the left of Bernie Sanders.
She ranked and scored to the left of Bernie Sanders.
She is considered more left-wing than crazy Bernie Sanders. Look at her. She's worse than Bernie. She made Bernie Sanders look like a moderate.
Yes, Selena,
She's an extremist. Further to the left than Bernie Sanders.
Joining me now, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders. I don't know if they sent out a memo and everybody's just like reading off this memo, but
I guess so. I guess so.
It's like to me, this is like when Woody Allen had Marshall McLuhan in the line in Annie Hall and said, "I happen to have Marshall McLuhan right here. So here's Senator Sanders." Do you take that as a badge of honor? I mean, is it a fair comparison in your view?
Look, Kamala Harris is I would say, a very strong mainstream Democrat. She has been, she has her views on this or that issue. But if anyone is worried that she is more to the left than Bernie Sanders, I think it's not quite accurate.
Harris has
clearly, for worse.
Right, yeah. Harris is clear.
Somebody says, "Wash Michelle." Joe Biden. I mean, where's the video? Can't find a video. I can't find a video. Pence and Kamala, right? We actually saw Pence and Kamala earlier on. We saw Pence and Kamala earlier on. And we also watched Biden and Trump, which Biden smokes Trump in 2020 for sure. And Yose said Ramaswamy on the Breakfast Club. Okay, so first of all, it is 3:19 a.m. Y'all boy is tired. Couldn't doggy cook champagne. The second one, grandson. B Mitch says the first one or the second one. Okay, let's see. What's your name? Kamala. Pence. Let's see.
He said because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
no, but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to
have to
add,
weigh
but
in
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh in.
speaking.
Yep.
Yeah, let's talk about packing the court then. Let's talk about the
Please.
fact. Yeah, I'm about to. $400,000
He said he's
a
going to
year.
repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well,
I'm speaking.
This is the weekend.
In the court then. Let's talk about the
Please.
fact. Yeah, I'm about to. $400,000
he said
a
he's going to
year.
repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well,
I'm speaking.
it'd be important if you said the truth.
Bro, Trump, what's his name? Pence was like, wait. Pence was about to laugh.
People to remain calm.
Well, let's get
but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to
have
add,
to weigh
but
in
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh in.
speaking.
Yep.
Yeah, let's talk about packing the court then. Let's talk about the
Please.
fact. Yeah, I'm about to. $400,000
He said he's
a
going to
year.
repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well,
I'm speaking.
it'd be important if you said the truth.
If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then
Please.
have a conversation, okay?
Please.
Okay.
Oh, God. And the only vice presidential debate. Is this one different?
to the first and only vice presidential debate of 2020.
Oh,
to climate change.
Oh, it's just one, bro. It's just one. Mitch, it's just one. Mitch is just one. You said the first one, the second one. It's the same one. Yeah, definitely.
I think it's very important, as you have heard from so many.
When I don't know if you guys have seen this, but when I saw this, I feel like she's tired. She's tired. She's been working hard. She's just exhausted. This is what I think. I think she's tired. She's exhausted, going through a lot of stuff. But listen to this and tell me what you think.
I think it's very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present, and to be able to contextualize it, to understand where we exist in the history and in the moment as it relates not only to the past, but the future.
So I think she's tired. I think she's tired. That's something I gotta tell you. I think she's absolutely tired. She's just tired. And it's been a long time though. She's been. I mean, this was 2 years ago. Like, I feel like she's tired.
Vice President Kamala Harris looks to be a shoo-in for the examined. Sky News All-Stars Rita Panny.
They do. They truly are like family. So I know you're still on the call, and we've been talking every day. You guys heard it from Doug's voice. We love Joe and Jill. We really do. They truly are like family to us. And we do, everybody here does.
It's mutual.
I knew you were still there. You're not going anywhere, Joe.
I'm watching you, kid. I'm watching you, kid. I love you.
I love you, Joe.
I'm telling you. I feel like I'm telling y'all, man. I feel like Joe Biden is definitely her role model, like a mentor, which I could definitely understand that, just her to be the first Black VP.
Sky News All-Star Rita Panahi blasted Kamala Harris for her incompetence and idiot.
I don't want to be shading her. I actually just want to hear her speak. I just hope she doesn't mess it up when it comes to the full thing when it comes to
So the United States shares a very important relationship, which is an alliance with the Republic of North Korea. And it is an alliance that is strong and enduring.
We're going to have 2 million people cross this border for the first time ever. You're confident this border is secure?
We have a secure border in that is a priority for any nation, including ours and our administration.
Okay.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
I'm here in Guatemala today. At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making. Space is exciting. It spurs our imaginations, and it forces us to ask big questions. Space, it affects us all, and it connects us all. One of the things I'm most excited about, but the other, you guys are gonna see. You're gonna literally see the craters on the moon with your own eyes. With your own eyes, I'm telling you, it is gonna be unbelievable. So that's one of the things we can do here too.
Did Democrats fail, past Democratic presidents, congressional leaders, to not codify Roe v. Wade over the past 5 decades?
I think that, to be very honest with you, I do believe that we should have rightly believed, but we certainly believe that certain issues are just settled. Certain issues are just settled.
Clearly we're not.
Which is why we will work together and continue to work together to address these issues, to tackle these challenges, and to work together as we continue to work together on. And I know we will work on this together. Talking about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs. And there is such great significance to the passage of time when we think about a day in the life of our children. You know, when we talk about our children, I know for this group, we all believe that when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community. We campaign with the plan, uppercase T, uppercase P, the plan. And then the environment is such that we're expected to defend the plan. Please don't do that.
Hilarious. I see that over the summer, there have been protests and demonstrations.
For this group, we all believe that the life of our children. You know, when we talk about our children, I know for this group, we all believe that when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community.
When she goes like, you know, she's about to cook.
Day in the life of our children. You know, when we talk about our children, I know for this group, we all believe that when we talk about the children of the community, they are the children of the community. We campaign with the plan, uppercase T, uppercase P, the plan. And then the environment is such that we're expected to defend the plan. Please don't do that.
Hilarious. I see that over the summer, there have been protests and demonstrations in astronomical numbers standing with Palestine. But then just a few days ago, there were funds allocated to continue backing Israel, which hurts my heart because it's an ethnic genocide and the displacement of people, the same that happened in America. And I'm sure you're aware of this. And I bring this up also because of the issue of how Americans are struggling because of lack of health care, public health care, lack of affordable housing, and all this money ends up going to in funding Israel and backing Saudi Arabia and whatnot. And I think that the people have spoken very often in what they do need, and I feel like there's a lack of listening, and I just feel like I need to bring this up because it affects my life and people I really care about's life, and it's just something that has to get done.
I'm glad you did. And again, this is about the fact that your voice, your perspective, your experience, your truth should not be suppressed. Because I represent the whole of the United States of America.
I don't know, man.
Vice President Kamala.
I think it's very important, as you have heard from so many incredible leaders, for us at every moment in time, and certainly this one, to see the moment in time in which we exist and are present, and to be able to contextualize it, to understand where we exist in the history and in the moment as it relates not only to the past, but the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching the live show. Thank you for being a part of the live show. It is what it is. 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 Subscribe to the live show. Like the channel. Subscribe to the channel. Like the live show. You know what time it is. This was a very successful stream. It is what it is. It is what it is. And there goes the Cash App on there if you want to support the stream. There goes the Cash App on there. I don't know if you can see it, but I think it's on the comment. But anyway, thank you so much for watching the live show. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. God bless you. Thank you for subscribing. You spent your night with me. It is currently 3 a.m., 3:34 a.m. I am in Atlanta, Georgia. It's 3:34 a.m. Wild, wild, wild. Anyway, God bless you. We're going to be back here tomorrow. And God bless you. Thank you for getting us to over 5,000 subscribers. The goal was to get to 5,000 subscribers, and we are over 5,000 subscribers. So now we are on the road, on the journey to getting to 6,000 subscribers. God bless you. 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 And we have 3,787 reply. If you have time to put emojis, you can use. Don't forget to subscribe, though. Subscribe. And we are out. Okay, we are out. 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 God bless you. Shout out to Suavi Almighty. Thank you for spending your time here roasting me. It's all part of the fun. God bless you, my dog. Dank215. God bless you, Andrea, Carlos, every one of y'all, man. You didn't have to spend your time with me. LB Things, Stuff, and More. You didn't have to spend your time with me, but you did. God bless you. Jason Hall, every one of y'all, man. Sleek. God bless y'all so much. You guys are the best. And have a wonderful night. Like, you guys are just going back and forth in the comment. This is just amazing. But anyway, God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. You guys are the best. All right. Have a wonderful night. Daddy gotta go to sleep. Daddy gotta go to sleep. Daddy gotta go to sleep. That's up to you're a great entertainment. You're a great entertainment. LB Things, God bless you. LB Things say you are great entertainment. She is just wild. She's definitely a Democrat, and I love her. I love her. This is what it should be. We should be able to have a conversation, have fun. We don't have to, it is what it is. We're just having a good time. Like she said, you are a great entertainment. This is what it is. We're just here to have fun. It's not like my guy, what's his name? Suavi, Suavi to us like, Glazier. This is fun. When you call me names and stuff like that, it is fun to me. I'm not, I don't really take myself that serious. Like, it is what it is. We're just having a good time. Shout out to everybody watching the live show. God bless you. Remember, you be on too. Oh my God. I will. Even if Kamala wins in November, I'm definitely going to be here, and I'm going to say, well, get ready because I'm going to be here often because y'all are going to know what time it is with the goddamn mortgage rate going to go up from 6 to 8 to 9 to 10 to 12. And y'all going to know, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Thank y'all. 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 You guys are the best. All right. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Okay. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Take care of your family, love your family, kiss your kids, tell them how much you love them because you never know. Life is too short. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. God bless you guys.